we didn't want you sweating bullets while we were trying to cover important information with you. So again, we want to thank you for joining us. I know we've got a few folks that are still coming in, but we want to be mindful of time. We have a packed agenda today. All of you should know me by now. I'm Susan Brigman. I'm the section chief for 21st Century. You should know all of our team members. If you guys that are working with 21st Century would just stand up and give everybody a wave. Uh-oh, I think I went too far. Wait a minute. We do also have Dr. James Pop joining us today. He is one of our assistant directors. James, you want to say hello? There he is. He's back here at the back. But we are going to jump right into the agenda. Like I said, you can see it's very packed, and I'm going to have to be mindful of staying with this mic so our people online can hear me. So you'll see we're going to cover the continuation application. We do have some updates. It is a little different from what you have seen in the past. We have some additional questions that we wanted to make sure that we cover with you. Several related documents. We've trimmed some of those back and combined some forms, so hopefully that will make it a little bit easier for you all. We'll take a look at the Budget 208 form, the grant guidance updates. We do have some important information to share with you. I think some of the items you will definitely be pleased to hear about, especially in regards to funding and having access to more money quicker. So hopefully you'll be happy to hear some of that. And then we will give a little bit of time for questions and answers throughout the presentation. For those of you that are joining us online, if you have questions, please drop those in the chat. Dr. Darren Hamilton is going to be monitoring the chat, and he will come on the microphone and let us know if there are any questions in the chat. And we also have some mics that we can float around the room if at any time during the presentation you have a question that you need some clarification on.
They can't see the PowerPoint.
Hold on just a minute. Our folks online cannot see the PowerPoint. Our hope is to finish this portion, the morning portion, by 11:30 to allow you to leave the premises for lunch and join us back at 12:45. This afternoon, we have some exciting news with one of our partners that we have been contracting with to provide resources to you all as subgrantees. Age of Learning will be here today, and we also have several of our own subgrantees that are going to be presenting on the use of the program and the impact that they're seeing with their students. We have some really phenomenal data that we want to share with you all and let them tell their story of how they are using this program to help their students make academic gains. So we're excited to share that with you. Then we'll close the day with some updates. There have been some updates that we want to share with you from the U.S. Department of Education as far as data collection. And then we want to take a quick look at our evaluation that you just received hot off the presses from your PA either last week or early this week from the Serve Center. So that's our annual evaluation. You should have received the state level one as well as your individual report. So before we move on, are there any questions? Does anybody have someone texting them or letting them know that they're not able to access any links before we jump into the meat of the presentation? Okay, Cherokee County still cannot get on. Really, Cherokee County can still not get on. That's Dave Ann. Anybody else that you've heard from? Okay, and we are going to record this presentation. So if they are not able to access it, hopefully the recording will work and they will still have access after the presentation is finished. So at this time, we're going to jump into the continuation application. I'm going to ask Wendy and Aurelie and Monica to be prepared to present these next slides. And so we're going to kick it off, I think, with Aurelie as soon as she's finished sending that link.
Good morning, everyone. All right, so as Susan Brickman said, we are going over the continuation application. You will have a Word document to work with this year. I know previous years we have done it within the CCIP system. For this year, it is the first related document. So you won't have to actually go into CCIP and and enter information directly into it, you'll be able to download the Word document and have access to it. So we're going to go through each of the questions to make sure that you have an overview of what to expect as you're preparing your responses and you're gathering any sort of data or historical records. So the first two questions talk about your attendance. Question one focuses on what were your enrollment numbers by the end of your school year and summer programming? So these numbers should match 21 DC. We know there are some students that you have enrolled and have perhaps not met your attendance thresholds, but you can include those in question one. So A is for the school year, B and C are for your summer programming. Some of you operated for standard summer programming and some for intensive. So just make sure you read carefully to respond to the appropriate one. And then question two talks about your projected enrollment numbers for the upcoming academic year and summer. These numbers in question two should match the projected numbers in your original SBE approved application. So if you don't remember what you put down in your grant, you can go back to previous fiscal years in CCIP and review those numbers. So when we're reviewing your documentation, we actually look back at your original grant and make sure that those numbers match up. The only time they might not match up is that if you're submitting a programmatic amendment to reduce or increase your enrollment numbers, and those amendments should be approved unless you're submitting them along with this application. For question three, this goes over the funding reduction. So if you received a funding reduction, whether it was by choice, if you've decided to serve a smaller number of students, or if you did not meet one of the installment goals, you will check here whether yes, you received a reduction or no. If you did not receive a reduction this past year, just type in NA in question 3B. If you did receive a reduction this year, you're going to provide a narrative on what you plan to do this upcoming year to proactively address some of those challenges. So perhaps if you decided to reduce your enrollment numbers, you can talk about your plans towards increasing marketing outreach to ensure that you get more students enrolled in your program. For number four, please note that there is an update to the installments. I will wait until Hawana presents later today. She will go over these new installment thresholds in detail, but just know that they are also going to be listed in your continuation application for you to review. And then in, the next question is going to ask you to check off that you have read the new installment rules, and that you're going to check the box attesting that you understand and that you will meet them. That first question is also to attest that your academic program will begin no later than October 15th, 2026. So this is the same as it's been for the past 2 years now. For question five, you're going to look at your program schedules. For these, anytime in the continuation application where it asks about program schedules, please do not copy and paste an actual program schedule. There will be a line item in the related documents where you'll be able to drag and drop an actual copy of your sample schedule. For this document, you want to just provide a narrative. Tell us what days you operated, what were your hours of operation, what was your average attendance throughout the program, how many staff did you have? Did you have 5 teachers and 1 art teacher and 3 TAs? And then provide an overview of the type of activities that your students participated in. So you can say for this academic year, we focused on STEM through working with a local jobs anything like that that you provided that gives us an overview of what you did this past year. And then for section 5B, you're going to do the same exact thing, but it's focused on the summer. If you were funded to serve both a summer intensive and a standard summer program, you will need to address both programs in this text box. If you did not operate a summer program at all, you just put NA. And the last thing, if you were funded to operate a summer program but did not operate the summer program, please tell us why the program did not operate this summer. For question 6, you are also going to provide a narrative regarding your program schedule for this upcoming school year. It should, again, do not drop a chart, do not drop an Excel sheet of your schedule. Just provide, again, a narrative, and you will be able to upload your schedule as a related document. And again, make sure you talk about the number of days you operated, the hours, your attendance, staffing, and proposed activities for this upcoming year. And please be sure that what you're putting in terms of your schedule and number of students served, that these match between question 1, where you put in your number of students enrolled, and that they also match the basic information sheet. I know there's been several times where we've all reviewed applications and it says, you know, you're going to propose to serve 50 here, but then your basic information sheet says 100, but then your original grant says 50. So the numbers sometimes don't match. So just make sure you review your documents before you hit submit so that all the numbers match. And you want to make sure that when you're telling us about your proposed activities, that you talk about how you're going to meet the required dosage for core academic activities and enrichment activities. So I don't know if you remember your original application, you had to select the box for offering literacy, math, STEM. So if you are offering art, tell us for this upcoming year, we're going to be offering art activities on Mondays and Thursdays, for 30 minutes a day or whatever it is that you plan to do to meet those dosage requirements. For question 6B, you're going to do the same exact thing, but this is addressing your summer programming. So again, if you were funded for both summer intensive and summer standard, you're going to address both of them. For question 7, we shift to talking about your program implementation. So this is where you're going to provide a narrative of some of the successes that your program experienced this last academic year. I know I've heard through some of our program visits that some of you have implemented some exciting new reading curriculums and you've seen growth. So this is a place to write about that growth that you've seen, the success of a new program, the success of a new staff member that's implementing something. And then question 7B, you're going to talk about what are we going to do this upcoming year to continue that success that we started that you mentioned in 7A. For program 8, you're going to talk about the challenges. So in mentioning the challenges, this is not in any way going to give you a finding. This is really a time for you to reflect on what could we improve on for this upcoming year. Remember, we're all about continuous growth and reflecting so that we can provide our students the best that they deserve. So question 8A, talk about any challenges that you experienced the last year. And then question 8B, what are you planning to proactively address? How are you planning to proactively address those challenges? It may be setting aside more time or shifting an activity that, maybe you offered it too soon and maybe it would fit better later on in your day. So just, mention what your plans are to address that. And now I'm going to pass it on to Wendy to finish off this section.
Thank you, Aurelie. I'm Wendy. I'm with the Northeast. I'm the program administrator there. If you don't know me, thank you for coming today. We're going to start with number 9, which is stakeholder relationships. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get used to this. Okay, stakeholder relationships. So the first one is feeder district collaboration and partnership. So you're going to give us at least one success that you had when you were doing your program this past year with your feeder school. And then for part 2, at least one challenge. Now, you don't have to go crazy here, but I'm sure that might be easier to do than the successes sometimes. So let's focus on both of those. For number 2, during the continuation year, describe how you plan to sustain or grow the aspects of your feeder school relationship. So what are you going to do to improve it? And then the second part is if you did have challenges, how are you going to address those? What are you going to do to try to make it better? Part B of this stakeholder relationships is the family engagement and communication. And during the previous year, how did you engage and communicate with your enrolled families? You can add lots of different things here. So just make sure you at least give us an idea of how you did communicate with your families. For part 2, how did you meet that parent-family engagement session requirements that are in section 6.d? And sometimes I still have to look back at that consistent attendance at school is important. What are the, another one is age-appropriate strategies. They can all focus on positive academic or social emotional well-being. And then the last one is helping the parents to gain the skills that they need to help their students in their academic needs. So make sure that you are addressing those and how they were met, okay, in the previous year. And then 2, during the continuation year coming up, how are you planning on meeting those requirements outlined in section 6.d? Tell us how and when each of those 3 required parent-family engagement sessions are going to be offered. 2, how are you going to sustain or grow? If you had something that was really successful, how are you going to sustain that or grow that for your engagement and communication? 3, proactively address any family engagement and communication challenges. We know that those exist. So think about what challenged you this year. Did you have something people didn't really show up for? How are you going to address that? 4, this upcoming year is not new, but you do need to pay special attention here because it is going to be required for every grantee to meet a summer parent-family engagement session requirement, meaning you need to offer at least one of those. That's whether you did your standard program year and summer, or if you just did the summer only. Every summer program needs to have a family engagement. Now, if you have both the standard and the intensive, then you could possibly do one family engagement activity, maybe right at the end of one and the beginning of the other, so that you don't have to have 2. So think about that. Think how you're going to meet those requirements. And you're going to need to offer one of those 3 required ones. So give that some thought before you get into your application.
All right, good morning. I wanted to ask if we knocked out all of the 3 required family engagements during the academic year.
Don't use that.
Okay. All right, good morning again. If we knocked out all 3 of the family engagement requirements during the standard year, for the summer one, do we have to do one of those again, or are we able to do, whichever one we prefer? Like something outside of the 3?
You can still do other activities, but you should still have one of those components embedded in that. Okay?
Okay, for number 10, professional development. Tell us what PD you provided or that you attended with your staff, including your volunteers during the previous year. Part B is how are you going to sustain or grow what was successful about that professional development in the upcoming year? And then describe any activities that you're planning for this upcoming year. So make sure that you're being proactive and thinking about what you're going to do and not try to think about it at the last minute for the upcoming year. And if you notice in all of these, there's a pattern. We're looking at what you did previously. We're looking at what you're going to do in the future. Number 11, data collection and impact reporting. Tell us about the types of data you collected during this previous year. How staff improved and strengthened the students' out-of-school time instruction based on that data. What are you showing about how they're improving throughout the year, and how did you impact that? And then 3, what kind of data collection methods and assessment tools were used? And you can, something as simple as you collect attendance. That's one thing you collect. What else do you collect? Progress reports, report cards. Do you do a pre and post assessment if you're using Age of Learning? Think about those types of data that you collect. B, describe the data collection plans for the upcoming continuation year. And remember, we're always looking towards improvement. So if there's something that you didn't get to this year, you thought, oh, I'll get to it, but you didn't, include it for the upcoming year. What types of data are going to be collected? What are your methods and assessment tools that you're using? And again, this is where you could utilize some of the, if you're using Wayfinder, if you're using Age of Learning, you can use those things as part of your assessment process. How did you collect the data that aligns to your program goals? Remember, back when it was approved, you had to tell some of the goals that you had for your program. And if you're new, maybe you're a new program director, make sure you go back and read that. That's the first thing you need to do. So look at what the goals are for ELA and math, and at least one other program performance outcome, or what we call a PPO measure. Look at what your plans for reporting the impact data are to stakeholders. Who are you telling about what are you doing? It's not just to be put in a report and set on the shelf. You need to be utilizing it maybe for your sustainability plan. Number 5, how will the program sustain successful experiences and data collection and impact? For the upcoming year, you going to do the same thing again? Are you going to improve it? If so, how?
Wendy, I think one thing that we also want to make sure that we point out to you is this section here is very important, especially if you're planning to reapply for a grant in the future, because we want to be able to see that you are collecting data and that you are seeing impact. And so as you're thinking about new competitions, you will be speaking to your capacity to implement successful programming. So this is a great section for you to really spend time on if you're thinking about reapplying for a grant in the future. So just wanted to point that out. And then you'll also see in question 3, we mentioned program performance outcomes. Who knows what that used to say? And we're going to talk a little bit more about this change later in the day. This is coming down from the U.S. Department of Ed. Does anybody else remember what was there prior? GEPRA, very good. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit more about that this afternoon.
Okay, for number 12, we're looking at program sustainability. I mentioned that a minute ago. But what have you done in the past year to assist with those sustainability activities? And then identify at least one success and one challenge that is related to sustainability. Maybe you were able to sustain the food program. You used USDA or another food program so you don't have to pay for snacks. Okay, that's a success. What is a challenge? Maybe it's staffing, trying to provide sustainability for staffing. C, describe all the sustainability activities planned for the upcoming year. So we're looking again ahead now. And then how are you going to sustain or grow the successful aspects that you had this past year for the upcoming continuation year? And then 13, programmatic changes for your continuation year. Make sure you provide an overall description of any programmatic changes that you are proposing for the upcoming year. and/or the summer component if you have the full year and the summer. So please make sure, number one, if you're doing one of those, when you are filling this out, make sure you do the program amendment as well. And then please understand that depending on what your change is, if you're reducing the number of students, if you're reducing the number of hours, you may have a reduction in funding based on that. So think about what you're changing carefully as you are doing this application. And I'm going to turn it over to Monica for a moment.
And as Monica's coming up there, the next few questions are brand new questions. So this is where you may want to pay close attention because these questions are new.
All right, so I'm Monica. I am a fiscal monitor, one of three for the 21st Century Program. Like Susan said, these are two new questions, and similar to what the program questions, one of them reflects on previous year, and the next one will speak to what you're planning to do in the continuation year. So the first one is to reflect on any challenges that your organization encountered during either the academic year or summer. Some of the examples there could be budget management, your ability to spend down, maybe a fiscal analyst. We've implemented those this year. Maybe you had a fiscal analyst review that identified some concerns in your documentation. Maybe you did have a fiscal monitoring and it resulted in findings. So you might want to mention something like that. You could also, one thing that's very applicable to what we are doing now, your application. If your application went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, let's try, why did it go back and forth? So try and let's, get the application, the requirements so that we can get you approved and get you on the allotment log quicker. This one is forward thinking. So think about what you can do in this continuation year to help continuous improvement from a fiscal perspective. So think about what you put in question 14. Okay, so if you had these challenges, what are some things that you can do and implement to counteract those challenges? One thing, it could be reimbursement calendar. Some subgrantees are very good that they submit on a regular basis. I've seen other subgrantees that when they get around to it, that is not a good practice. So maybe one thing that you could implement is a reimbursement calendar so that you are submitting on a regular basis. And that's going to ensure that you're spending down your funds, because if you're not drawing them down, it does appear that you're not spending them. And we do look at spend down rate, and that is something that's in our fiscal risk assessment. So you don't want to, have a higher risk just because you're not submitting for reimbursement. So again, just think about some of the challenges you experienced, and in question 15, speak to how you're going to overcome that challenge or implement something that can improve from this past year. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Wendy.
Okay, this next one is also new. Especially if you have hired an external evaluator with using 21st Century funds, you're going to want to pay special attention to this. And if you haven't, that doesn't mean you get to ignore it, because you need to know this information as well. So the first thing is, did you use 21st Century funds to contract with an external evaluator for this school year? For school year and or summer? And if yes, you're going to have some questions that need to be answered. But let me talk to you just a minute. If you want to hire an external evaluator, That's all well and good, but you must make sure that they are bringing value added to what's already being evaluated by SERV. If you're hiring an evaluator and all they do is pull graphs and charts from 21 DC and tell us how many students go to your program, that's not acceptable. Okay? We have that information. We don't need you to give it to us again. Okay? So seriously, if you're going to hire an evaluator, they must bring value above and beyond what is covered in the SERV evaluation that you complete each year. So let's look at some of the things you're going to have to answer if you do choose to hire an external evaluator. So tell us how they've contributed to your program improvement and measurable outcomes during the current grant period. That's this year. If you hired somebody, you're going to have to tell us what happened this year. Okay? Give us specific examples of how the evaluator led activities, findings, and how those findings informed improvements in your program. And what are the evidences of those resulting improvements that were made in your program? Please make sure that they use an analysis of program data, not just spitting back at us what happened. Okay, that's not what an evaluator does. So please make sure that you're going to cover the following areas when you answer this question. So what are their qualifications and how are they independent from you? That means you can't get an evaluator that's another subgrantee. You can't get an evaluator who is hired by you already for another job. Okay? So make sure that they are qualified. Usually they come from a university or college. Not necessarily have to, but that's a good idea or a place to look for them that usually doesn't cost you so much. Okay, what is their experience and skills? How have they evaluated grants previously? Make sure they're not part of your program already. What methods and data sources did they use? Did they come up with any evaluation documents or ways of assessing that you didn't already have? What's their timeline? How did they come to your program? If so, when? What kind of reports did they give and to whom? What were the program changes that they wanted made because of some of the things that they looked at and evaluated? What were their recommendations? And what were those measurable outcomes or indicators that show improvement? Okay, are you planning on using an evaluator for the upcoming year? And if so, you're going to need to respond to these questions. You're going to need to tell us who your evaluator is going to be and how they're going to remain independent from program operations and decision-making processes. They don't need to sit on your board. That's not their role. They are to be an independent person coming into your program and telling you how to help with improvements. Describe how the external evaluator services will support continuous program improvement. What are they going to do? What activities? Are they coming to visit the program? When? What are they going to use as their data sources? What kind of analysis are they doing? What are their deliverables? Are they going to provide reports, presentations? What kind of information are they giving? How is your evaluation findings going to be, how are they going to be used to, improve your program, whether it's family engagement, academic support, attendance? How's it going to help? And why the costs are reasonable and necessary in relation to the size, scope, and needs of the program. And I'm going to say this, but if you serve 50 students at one site, odds are real high that you don't need to hire an outside evaluator. So you need to think about it. All right, we're going to move on to related documents at this point. Aurelie?
Darren, as she's coming, how are we doing in the chat? Do we have any questions from the chat? We're good? Okay. Okay, really?
All right, so we have provided for you this year, hopefully a more detailed step-by-step overview on how to actually get into CCIP. I know especially as you shift staff and there's new program directors that this should help you. So what you're going to do is log into CCIP, of course, and you'll see on the left-hand side, there is a blue menu. You're going to click on funding and then go to funding applications. Then in the drop-down menu, you'll see that FY 2027. When you are working on that for this month of June, it'll default to FY 2026. So you'll have to actually go in and manually drop down and select FY 27. After July 1st, it rolls over. So anytime you log in after that, it'll automatically be FY 27. And then you'll look at number 3 and you'll select your specific grant year. So if you're a cohort 17, this is going to be 21st CCLC cohort 17, year 3 for you. If you're a cohort 18, it'll say year 2 for you. And just make sure you read through clearly, especially if you receive multiple grants or if you have opened applications for other competitions and then you ended up not submitting or applying, it'll still list it on there for you. So make sure you're clicking on the correct one. Then I know sometimes some of you will log into CCIP and say, it won't let me upload a document. I can see it, I just can't upload. Do not forget to select draft started. The CCIP system locks up so that you or us don't accidentally delete a file. So it won't let you do anything until you hit that draft started button. Once you have the draft started, it'll let you start uploading or revising documents or adding more to what's currently on there. And you'll see because this year's application is not embedded in CCIP, the only 2 places where you'll have to navigate is that budget tab and the related documents tab. So I think fiscal will go over that budget tab that matches your budget 208 spreadsheet, and then of course the related documents. And we have provided a list for you in this PowerPoint of all the related documents. They are in order and how they appear in CCIP. Hopefully this is easier for you as you go through the documents and the slides and filling out those documents. And we have tried to clump them up this year. I know previous years you've like working through programmatic and then there's a random fiscal document and they're just a little scattered. So we've tried to put them all together for you this year. So you should see all the programmatic documents first, and then you'll see all the fiscal related documents, fiscal required documents together. And then of course we have those optional documents for those who need them or are submitting any sort of amendments. The budget information sheet is the second related document you'll see. The first one is that continuation application Word document. The basic information sheet did not change much from last year. There's only 2 new things that we've added. You'll see there is a note now in that top middle section that gives a statement about the contacts. And it says the contacts listed below are individuals NCDPI will use for grant-related communication, including monitoring, training, required actions, fiscal questions, and program administrations. So these roles are not automatically linked to the chief administrator or fiscal representative roles in CCIP, even though they may serve both capacities. So the contacts on this form should reflect the individuals responsible for the management and oversight of your 21st Century Grant. These are the contacts we use when we send out monitoring notifications. And this is also the contact information that we use to develop the GAN letters. So whatever is listed on here is what you get in your GAN letter. If anything has changed at any time during the year, please make sure to go up there and keep it up to date so that you are receiving notification. The other thing that's changed in the basic information sheet is that we've provided a place for you to provide a individual breakdown of each of your program sites. We know some of you are operating multiple sites and each school has different release times. And so it was difficult to combine all those start times and end times of your programs into one box. And so this will allow you the opportunity to, break it down by site. You'll put the site name, the days and their hours in that first box. And then we're also at the last column, you'll put in your site name and email. Sometimes if we're visiting, we can reach out to them if we're visiting that specific site. And this did not make it to the current version of the basic information sheet, but please include your site coordinator's phone number on that column as well. So it'll be their name, their email, and a phone number to reach them. The third document in your related documents will be your sample program schedules. Again, this is a time where you can put in those beautiful color-coded charts that you all have. I love going through those and seeing all your program activities. So you want to make sure that if you have multiple sites and they all operate on the same 3 to 6 schedule and they all have the same exact activities, you just only need to upload one schedule and then just list at the top which sites that schedule applies to. If you have multiple sites and they each have their own unique schedule, provide a copy of each of those unique schedules. Make sure they're labeled so we can see what site we're reviewing. And the final thing when you are developing your program schedules is you want to make sure, again, that you're triangulating what you said you'd propose in your original SBE approved application in terms of the activities you're offering. Those are those required core academic and enrichment activities. So those should be reflected in your sample program schedule. And then please be sure to stop, read, and sign. So especially with the statement of assurances, every year we try to update those. So you want to make sure that you are fully understanding what you are signing, what you're saying that you are adhering to. Read word for word. If you have any questions about any of those assurances, please give us a call. You will also have to sign.
Aurelia,
Yes.
let me say one thing real quick about those assurances. We are very careful about what we include in those statement of assurances. Everything that we are putting in there are requirements that we have to make sure are in there based on guidance from the U.S. Department of Education. So there are a few language tweaks that we had to update in those assurances, but as Aurelia said, please make sure that you read those. Because a lot of times when we go on site, I've been on site with program administrators and folks are not aware of some of the items that you are attesting to in there.
Mhm.
One of those is that you're going to read and that you understand the grant guidance document. So if you read it and there's something that you don't understand, what should you do? Ask before you sign your name on that dotted line, because that is telling us that you're saying that I have read that document and I understand what you're saying, all the requirements that are being handed down. So please make sure that you read those documents and that you sign, because it has to be a wet signature. So it shouldn't be somebody typing their name in there. So you're attesting that, yes, we have read and we understand.
Yes. And one final note on this slide, for your criminal background check certification, please, please, please make sure that you are conducting background checks for staff and volunteers before they start working with students. I know we've seen that in some instances during monitoring visits. So make sure you're conducting those background checks. This next one, it's the ESCA affirmation, which all of us know it as that private school consultation. As you all know, with this federal grant, you are required to an annual consultation with private schools that are within feeder school enrollment zones. So think about that one feeder school you're serving. What are their bus routes? And that's the attendance zone that you're looking for private schools in. If you contacted your private schools last year and they declined, you still need to contact them again this year. If there's new private schools that have since opened, you'll have to consult with them as well. If you reach out to a private school and they respond to you, whether it's hard copy, email, or certified mail, that serves as documentation that you've made the necessary effort to reach out to them. So you've established that line of communication. So when we ask about communicating with the private schools, that's what you're working towards, trying to establish that line of communication. And we do recommend that when you reach out to the private schools to start, that for that initial invitation, it's best practice to include a date for the meeting. Go ahead and say, hey, we'd love to meet with you on this date, and give them a deadline to respond to you. That way you're not waiting 4 or 5 months and just sitting on it, waiting for someone to email back. Give them a deadline. And so then that way you have that evidence as documentation and you know when you're able to reach out again. And then please don't just send an email and say, here's the form and sign it. Do your due diligence in trying to communicate with them, set up a meeting. And then once the meeting happens, you can have as part of the meeting, have them fill out the form. And we've created sort of a flow chart to help guide you on what do I do next. So and we did present this slide back in the fall, so we're just repeating because we know that private school consultations are something that we always have questions about. So if you reached out to your private school and they responded and they said, no thanks, that is all you have to do, and then you can complete Section D of your consultation form. If you reached out to the private school and they said, yes, we'd love to meet, go ahead and conduct the meeting, have the private school sign the form, and then you want to just keep documentation, the agenda, the meeting notes, and of course, the signed form. If they said they would meet and then they don't show up, contact them again a second time. Now, let's say you've contacted them the first time and they didn't respond. You're going to contact them a second time. And then if they do not respond, contact them one last time. After that third time, that one we do recommend, if you have not sent a certified letter yet, send a certified letter so that you have those 3 unique attempts. If after those 3 unique attempts, there's still no response, then go ahead and complete this form. So I know in previous years, some organizations have reached out to them in August and September and December and January and May. You can do these 3 attempts this summer as you prepare to fill out your continuation application. And then that's it. Once you've reached out to them 3 times, you're good to go. And now I'm going to pass it on to Wendy.
So just to reiterate while Wendy's coming, remember in the past, our guidance has changed tremendously because there was a heavy burden on subgrantees because, like she said, we had programs that they told you no. So there's no reason for you to reach back out to them multiple times. Okay. Once they say no, you're finished for that year. I just want to reiterate that this is an annual process. So just because they say no this year, if you're in your year 2, then in year 3, you do this again. But you don't have to do things back and forth all throughout the year, like just trying to beg them to consult with you. We don't want you to do that. If you're trying to turn on the mic, there
we go. One thing I forgot to mention, if you yourself, the 21st CCLC program is a charter school, you're going to look at a 5-mile radius from your charter school and find a feeder school that's in that 5-mile radius. And then you're going to contact the private schools that are within that feeder school's geographic attendance zone. So again, thinking about those bus routes. And if you have questions regarding that, if you yourself are a charter school operating this grant, please reach out to your program administrator.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the feeder school collaboration form. This is something we sometimes have a little bit of issue with as well. The first thing I'm going to say is please fill out the top. You wouldn't believe how many of these forms we get where there's not the name of the program, the phone number, the organization name, and the unit number. So please make sure that that's completed. And just as a note, please let the LEA or PSUs know, and we do the same. Actually, when we get a chance to stand in front of PSUs and schools districts, we do let them know that this does not serve as a data sharing agreement, because some school systems get a little nervous on that particular front, thinking that that's what this form is. It is not. Okay, so let's look at the sections of this. So sections A, B, C, and E are to be completed by the school that you are collaborating with. So your feeder school would fill out A, B, C, and E. Okay, if the subgrantee, if you are a school district, a charter, or a lab school, okay, then you're going to select box A3 in section A. And then you're going to complete one form for each feeder school. Now, some of the grants were written to serve every school in the district. That's a lot of schools in some places. So if you choose to apply for funding in the future, please think about your feeder schools and don't let somebody say, well, there's 32 schools here and we're going to serve all 20 of the elementary schools. So think about that. But also, as you're doing this, if you're a district, some districts have their principals fill them out. Some districts have one person at the district to fill it out for everybody. In that case, it can be pretty easy. So if your district does that, one form is sufficient if it's at the district level that is signed. Yes, sir. Hold on. She's bringing you the mic.
I've had trouble with CMS. They said once they do the MOU for your organization, that serves as the collaboration form.
Okay, so I'm going to challenge Dr. Darren Hamilton to assist you with that outside of this meeting, because that is what we are here for. We do know that sometimes school districts, and I've worked with some other folks in some other counties that have reached out to me directly and said, I cannot get them to understand this collaboration form. Can you please help? That is what we're here for. Let us try to run some interference for you. So your program administrator, they are your first line of defense. And so I have spoken with them, and they understand that if you're having difficulty with this, please reach out to them. Let us help you. We don't mind doing that. We're open to having conversations. We know people in the school districts because of our roles at DPI, so we may have contacts that you may not be aware of. So if you struggle with that, please don't sit there and not let us know about it. We can try to help you, and then if my program administrators are not successful, then I will actually step in and try to talk with the district on your behalf as well.
And Wendy, may I interject? I know my area is unique in that some of you actually collaborate with the district liaison, and they're the person who is responsible for signing the collaboration form. So if you are one of those unique programs that you go through the district liaison, you will continue doing that. And, you know, you'll just attest that these are still the schools that you are serving via that form.
In the chat.
So we have a couple of questions in the chat. So Darren, if you want to go ahead and share those real quick.
Yes, testing.
Does the 5 mile radius pertain to all programs? That is, do we only reach out to private schools that are within a 5 mile radius of our program sites?
That is only for charter schools. If you are if you have a traditional school that you are serving and you are not a charter school, these are for our non-LEA organizations. So a charter school is considered a PSU. So they have a unique situation. You will continue to do what you have always done, and that is any of your feeder schools that you're serving, those are the schools that you would consult with if they are within that school's feeder zone. So if their bus routes are around there where you are serving and that's your school, that you're providing services to those students, then you will continue to consult the way you always have. This is just new for charters because there was not some clear guidance on them because they do have a unique situation. Like I said, they are a school district as well. So we had to provide them with more guidance on who they should be consulting with if they're providing services.
And the second question is, how do we narrow down the list of private schools in large counties? Do we use the zip codes that our sites are in?
Again, it's going to be the feeder schools in which you serve. It's going to be those feeder zones. So if you have individual questions and you're not sure who you're supposed to be consulting with, you need to reach out to your program administrator. There can be tons of private schools listed for a particular county, but you should never be consulting with everybody in that county if you are only serving a handful of schools in that district. Some counties can be very large, and so that can be overwhelming. We are not expecting you to consult with 30 private schools because you serve 2 elementary schools. You know, you're going to be looking at those specific schools and the areas around those schools.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to finish this up real quickly, Section D, that is only completed if your feeder school chooses not to collaborate or did not respond. Okay, and remember, before you fill out that they did not respond, please do check in with your PA, and then we can check in with Susan, and we can certainly try to run some interference for you. But if it gets to it, and in Section D, you have to say that they have declined, okay, then you have to remove that school from your list. And either you're going to submit a program amendment to serve a new school, or you're going to increase your enrollment at another school, another feeder school, okay? And then finally, and we get these that are kind of skipped over too, Section E, everybody has to sign, okay? Please make sure you sign the bottom of the form in Section E. Don't forget that. Don't forget the top either. Okay, Sam, please make sure that when you are doing your registration confirmation, that it shows your UEI or your unique entity ID, okay? And then your expiration date must be valid for the duration of your program. Now, okay, if it expires in March, it is your responsibility to make sure that you're renewing your SAM registration in a timely manner, because you could have consequences like not being able to access your money if it expires. Okay? Okay, building maintenance and fire inspections. We know that there's a variety of ways this happens across the state. It depends on if you're rural, if you're urban, if your your county's doing it, if your city's doing it, lots of different things. The bottom line is make sure it's up to date and valid for your program, the duration of your program. Again, if there's an inspection date that falls within your program year, please make sure that it's followed up with, okay? If you have documentation that your building is only done every 2 to 3 years, then upload that information for us as well. Because there are some buildings that they are only done the fire inspection every 2 to 3 years. It is your responsibility to make sure that the reports in CCIP remain up to date throughout the year. Now, we will remind you, I've reminded some of my programs, I know other PAs have as well. We do try to keep up with that, but it is your responsibility to make sure that it's uploaded for new ones. Occupancy certificates, again, there's a variety of ways these are done all across the state. What we are looking for is a maximum occupancy load for each program site. Now, Each of your rooms may have one, your large room may have one. You may have one for the entire building. You may have one that says, well, if there's furniture in the room, then there's this many students. You remember back to COVID when we did that kind of stuff? Okay, so, or if the room's empty, this is how many students that can be in it. Just make sure that you're getting whatever your entity that does this for you approves, okay, and upload it. Remember that your maximum occupancy thresholds are inclusive of your staff, volunteers, any people who were in the building, okay? So if you signed that you were going to have 75 kids, but your occupancy rate is only for 70, we need to look at something different, okay? So if your site cannot safely and legally host the required number of students in the SBE approved application, we may have to look at that or look at a different site. Okay, so please just make sure, we want everybody to be safe. That's our bottom line and our number one thing. Okay, if we come somewhere, a lot of things can be maybe not quite right, but if your safety is off, we're on that, because we don't want any tragedies to happen anywhere across the state associated with 21st century programs, especially. And we want people to go home at the end of every day. And it doesn't happen often, but it can happen. Okay, last one for me, transit inspections. If you're providing transportation, please make sure that you have valid inspections for all vehicles that transport students. Okay, so if you don't offer transportation, easy. Upload a statement on organization letterhead stating that you don't provide any transportation. And that's all that we need from you for that. Okay, so we're going to continue with fiscal documents.
One second, just getting set up. Hmm. Huh. Can't get the clicker to work. There we go. All right. This slide lists the fiscal related documents that are required in CCIP, and it identifies which documents have been updated for fiscal year 27. So you'll notice that the budget 208, the fiscal questionnaire and conflict of interest disclosure, as well as the financial reporting instructions, they must use the fiscal year 27 template. Please make sure you are doing that because those have some changes. You will notice that written policies and procedures, they are no longer required to be uploaded, but they are still a requirement for your organization. And we'll get into the reasons why that is when we talk about the fiscal questionnaire. Another change is that the conflict of interest agreement is no longer a standalone document. We have combined that with the fiscal questionnaire. I don't know why. Okay. Just want to reiterate, just because you don't have to upload your written policies and procedures, you are still required. And that's from uniform guidance. You have to have certain provisions of the uniform guidance do require written policies and procedures. Make sure that you still have them. During a monitoring, they will be reviewed, and you may still receive findings if you have missing or incomplete policies and procedures. We will still provide you with the resources that we have provided with you in the past. If you need help making sure your policies and procedures align with the requirements. But again, you don't have to upload, but they are still required. All right, so the fiscal questionnaire and conflict of interest disclosure. So as I said, this is now one document. And the fiscal questionnaire is more comprehensive, and it replaces the written policies and procedures. And the reason being is that when you upload your written policies and procedures, it doesn't necessarily reflect what is actually happening. Your policies and procedures could be incomplete. They could be totally missing. You may not have a provision, or it just may not reflect what is actually happening in practice. So what we've done is we've taken all the provisions from the written policies and procedures, and we've put it into a questionnaire. And we are now asking you about your practices for compensation, for procurement, for travel. So I want to be clear that we want you to be truthful, we want you to be accurate, and that disclosing a practice that maybe isn't currently in place, that is not going to identify you for a monitoring. It doesn't directly rate to, oh, they're not doing this, you're going to get a monitoring. That's not how we're using this information. It should be helpful to you because these are going to be guidelines of things that you should be doing. And if you're not, then maybe it's something that you put on your to-do list and I need to look at this. But be truthful and also report what is currently happening. We'd rather you be accurate than to report a practice than is not happening. That is a bigger concern. So we're going to go through all of the sections of the fiscal questionnaire. Like I said, they kind of align with what the written policies and procedures were. So sections A and B, these are actually very similar to what was on the original fiscal questionnaire. We're just asking for your organization information, who is the fiscal agent, and then if applicable, who is the primary fiscal contact? Because sometimes those are different. You know, you may have a fiscal contact that is handling the day-to-day that might not be the fiscal agent, but obviously the fiscal agent is ultimately responsible for the fiscal management of the grant.
And Monica, since you brought that up, I do want to point out, and I don't know that we mentioned this about any of the other forms that are in CCIP, but you will notice that they have been updated to remove fiscal organization representative. The fiscal agent is solely responsible for the grant, and they should be signing those documents. So when we see signatures come in, it should be the fiscal agent of record that is signing all of these documents.
A new question is whether or not your organization expends 1 million or more in federal funds. That is, we do need that information for federal and state reporting. So we are trying to gather that and make sure we have a complete list. And it's not necessarily just 21st century funding. You could receive other federal funds, and if that puts you over the threshold of $1 million, then we'd like for you to indicate that. We still ask for other.
Monica, you have a question over here. Hold on just a second. I'm coming with the mic.
Testing. Was that within the life cycle of the grant or within the fiscal year for that $1 million number?
That's a good question. Good question. It is your fiscal year. So every organization, with the exception of LEAs, PSUs, your fiscal years ends 6/30. But other organizations, you may operate on a calendar year, You may operate, October through September. So whatever your fiscal year, that's the time period that needs to be the $1 million.
Yeah, so it's for one single year. It's not over the course of 3 years.
Mhm.
And there is going to be a form that's coming out on the listserv this week that we want to make you aware of while she's talking about this, where we are going to ask you to just tell us what your year-end date is, so we know what your fiscal year-end date is. This is something that we are having to collect for school business and finance. They are updating their systems, and we want to make sure that they have your information accurate.
Right. And I mean, the reason why we're sending it out now, we have some responsibilities that requires your year-end date before this is due. So that's why we are sending it out separately.
I have one more question.
So if the grantee is a specific department that is within a county government, am I looking at the funding for the county government or just that department?
It would be for the county government. Mhm.
Okay.
All right, so A and B is ultimately just saying who's responsible for the fiscal communication, and it helps us provide some insight into your organization so that we can determine allowability and what things you may be compliant. All right, section C, this is also another section that was on the previous fiscal questionnaire. It's in regarding cost reimbursement readiness. We asked you to speak to your ability to submit on a reimbursement basis. So you should have I think 3 to 4 months worth of working capital before those funds are flowing. So we ask, is your organization going to support the reimbursement nature of the grant? It's just asking you, things that you would be required to for getting reimbursement. Do you currently maintain source documentation? Does somebody review your reimbursement prior to submitting for reimbursement? And then do you have processes, internal controls to prevent duplicate submissions or to prevent it being submitted across multiple funding sources? One thing you'll notice as we go through these slides on the right side, the blue side, you'll notice that one of the key areas on all these is internal controls. And that's what your written policies and procedures were. They were describing your internal controls on paper. Now we're asking, what are your internal controls in practice? And like I said, it really should give you some insight on how you're managing the grant fiscally. Section D, accounting system and financial management. So some of the questions that we're asking here, and I do want to say all of these questions are grounded in uniform guidance. If you were to go to, I think it's 200-302, it will say that subgrantees are required to have a financial management system. So if you're required to have one, we want to know what system do you use? And because we actually know some of you don't have one. So, but that's going to let us know you may need additional support, technical assistance in how you can manage this, manage the fiscal aspects. Again, be honest when you're answering these questions. Your financial management system should be able to separately identify by grant year, by cohort. If you're a multi-cohort subgrantee, you should be able to print reports by cohort. So you need to have an identifier in your accounting system. Are you doing that budget versus actual tracking? What does your record retainment look like? Are you following the requirements? And then it also asks about bank reconciliations. You know, are you completing them regularly and does somebody review them? Section E is on payroll, compensation, and time and effort. Similar to the financial accounting system, we want to know what system do you use to process payroll? Sometimes that is the same system. Sometimes you're using a third party to process. If that's the case, just indicate that. But again, you need to have a system for processing payroll. Time and effort, you need to have a system for tracking and recording time and effort. And these are just like yes, no questions. We're not asking you to tell us what it is. They're just yes, no, no, and maybe not applicable. So I know this is going to look like it's lengthy, and there are several sections, but you're literally just asking yes or no. And if you are answering no, there is a spot for you to indicate why is it a no. And it could be, I didn't know I had to do this, and we're going to look into implementing it. And then it also asks about fringe benefits. If you do offer fringe benefits, one of the requirements is that you have policies and procedures defining how employees earn those benefits and who's eligible. So make sure if you are offering benefits that you have the accompanying policies and procedures. Section F, procurement, contracts, and vendor payments. So this section focuses on whether your procurement was documented, whether contracts were approved before submitting for reimbursement. It asks if you're making sure you're checking your invoices to make sure that they match with your contract. It asks if you're doing your suspension and debarment checks. And then just also making sure, and we'll go over like what the procurement requirements are. We have made a couple changes, but are you following your procurement requirements? You know, if it's at $10,000, are you seeking out those quotes for informal procurement? Section G, this is on governance and segregation of duties. Similar to what we had in the previous fiscal questionnaire, we asked if you had a board, and we asked if you had a board, what were their names? We realized that not every organization is a nonprofit and has a board. So we're broadening the question to encompass the types of organizations that actually have this grant, because if you don't have a board, you should have some other governance. You know, who's the main decision maker of the grant? So you'll indicate, you know, what type of governance you have, and then also list either the board members or the primary decision makers, owners. It asks some of the same questions. Do any of those board members or decision makers get paid from the grant? Okay, that's not necessarily always a no question. Board members should not be getting paid from the grant, but some decision makers, you know, some owner operators, yeah, they get paid, they're doing work, but it's just communicating, you know, the structures of that governance. It asks about, does anyone approve their own payroll? Are fiscal duties segregated? And if not, are there compensating controls? So we understand there are small organizations that sometimes make segregation of duties difficult. But that doesn't absolve your responsibility under uniform guidance to have internal controls. And if you're in that position, there does need to be compensatory controls, such as an external review. It could be a CPA or an accountant to review certain things on a regular basis. Does the subgrantee have a documented process for reporting real or suspected fraud, waste, and abuse? That is a requirement, so you need to indicate yes, no. That was one area where we saw, it was always on our required written policies and procedures, mandatory disclosures and whistleblower policy. It's been on there for 2 years, but we found that a lot of subgrantees were still missing it. So if you're marking a no, make sure you're put a plan in place to get that policy written and implemented. And not only do you have a policy, but are your staff stakeholders informed of that policy? That is a requirement. It's a requirement to be put in your staff handbook. And if you have an online presence, whether that's a website or if you use Facebook as a website, you need to communicate that to your stakeholders. And then also, are staff aware of their whistleblower protections? Okay, here we go. All right, section H. These are annual changes in risk indicators. So we want you to think about from July 1st of 2025, so fiscal year 2026, that's about to end. We want to know, what types of changes may have occurred in your organization for the fiscal agent, for the program director, the primary fiscal contact. Again, it is grounded in uniform guidance because one of the risk indicators is that there's been turnover, okay? So, but what do we use this information for? We identify subgrantees who may need technical assistance because of staff turnover. We never had really a clear process of, well, we don't know if there's been turnover. So this will kind of give us a peek into your organization that there has been some change, and we might extend an offer for our technical assistance. In the past, we've been focusing on just new cohorts, but it doesn't really take into consideration, you may be a previous like 17 that has had turnover, and we should invite you to our technical assistance sessions. Other changes, have you had any changes to your systems and processes? Any changes in your procurement procedures, bank accounts, as well as audit status? Shifting from less than $1 million to over $1 million, has that shifted because you've received additional funding? Did you receive any formal audit findings? That's not this is if you're subject to a single audit, disclose if there were audit findings. You can also disclose our monitoring and or if you encountered any mandatory disclosure matters. Just want to reiterate, this is not to, help us identify who's going to be monitored. That's not how we're using it. We hope that it's a document that can be used by both parties, okay, for you to identify what should be happening in your organization and for us to help identify areas of technical assistance and support. Section J is certification. What are your signatures affirming? And we are asking for not only the fiscal agent, they are ultimately responsible, but the program director and the chief finance officer, while they're not the person that's responsible, they do play a big role in the financial management of the grant. They're making decisions about what to purchase, what services to offer. So it's important that they understand what are these requirements and responsibilities from a fiscal perspective. But you're affirming that the answers are complete and accurate, that they reflect the controls that are currently in place, not what you plan to do, what's currently in place. And that you could support that. If you're saying that they're currently in place, there needs to be documentation to show that that's currently in place. If you say that your procurement, you're following this procurement process, but you have no evidence that you followed that process, then there's a disconnect. And then you're also attesting that the organization will notify DPI if material information does change during the grant year. All right. So this is now begins the conflict of interest disclosure. Again, they are one form. So we've finished the fiscal questionnaire. We're moving into the conflict of interest disclosure. It really serves the same purpose as the standalone form from last year. It just documents that you acknowledge conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements. And it communicates that disclosing a conflict of interest, it does not automatically make a cost unallowable. Okay, so don't disclose because you think it's going to be unallowable. Some conflict of interest, if they're effectively managed, they're still allowable, but they must be managed, they must be disclosed. So this is your opportunity to do that. And then you're also acknowledging that you have written standards. Conflict of interest is one of those areas in uniform guidance that requires written standards of conduct. It gives you just examples of conflict of interest, including lease or facility arrangement with an owner, employee, a board member, relative, household member, or affiliated organization. We do have subgrantees that are leasing from themselves. You know, they're the 21st century program, but they lease space from, say, a church. Okay, that's something that needs to be disclosed in this conflict of interest. If there is a vendor or contract relationship with a related business, again, it may be allowable, but the person that has that conflict, they cannot be involved in making the decision to go with a specific vendor if they have a conflict of interest. They need to recuse themselves, and they cannot be involved in the management of that contract at all. Disclose any payments to spouse, child, sibling, parent, grandparent, grandchild, in-law. Okay, those are all stated, the relationship from the state. Okay, so if it's an in-law or step, that still needs to be disclosed. That's not us like coming up with the relationships. But I also want to mention that the household member or close associate, you won't find those in law that you have to disclose a close relationship, but it is in your best interest, if there is a close relationship, to disclose that. Because maybe that close relationship is qualified. It is qualified either to serve as, to be an employee of your organization or a contractor for your organization. However, you're required to still go through the process of, seeking out other contractors. And if you don't have a reason why you selected your best friend, it could be called into question. And if you have no documentation, you're going to have to have the burden of proof that was followed. And you may not think that's an issue now, but somebody might get mad at you a month from now, and they may choose to report something to the Office of the State Auditor and say that, there's a conflict of interest in their hiring, their family members. And these are they're both federal and state funds. So the Office of the State Auditor they have to investigate all reports. I don't think you want that. If it's really on the up and up, document it and make sure you're following the guidelines.
share it with us now, because while we would love to be able to forgive you afterwards, we may not be able to. Okay, we might be able to forgive you, but the federal government's not. So just make sure, disclose it. If it's even perceived that it could be a conflict of interest, you are better to disclose it and let us know up front than for us to discover it on our own.
Good morning, good afternoon. Based on the conflict of interest, when you live in areas where teachers don't want to work, I mean, I imagine everybody else knows that teachers do not want to work, and you're trying to hire people, and I understand the part of conflict of interest, but I want to understand a little bit clearer, and I probably want everybody else to get it as well. What do you do when you have to hire someone that could be related, and we don't want to cause conflict with what we're doing in the program?
It's a fair question. So the thing, you can't make assumptions. You still have to go approach it as, I need to ask these people if they want to work. I can't just ask my daughter that if she wants to work. I have to put it out there to give everybody a fair shot. That's part of procurement. You have to provide for open competition. So if you put it out there and then your perception of, yeah, nobody really wants to work, you know what? Then, okay, you have evidence. You have to have the documentation that you went through the steps of hiring an employee that is related, okay? Or working with a contractor that is a conflict. Okay,
It's not
if
that
you-
it's unallowable, and I think that's what Monica has said. It's just you have to be able to show that you have done your due diligence.
Okay, that's what I'm
You can't
asking.
just hire somebody for the sake of hiring them without going through the proper channels. That's it, plain and simple.
Mhm. Okay, that's what I'm asking, because like I said, I don't want to make an assumption that teachers don't want to work. I'm speaking in the sense of when you've went out and tried to vet them and bring them in, they tell you no, no, no.
So
And
you
I-
need to make sure you're documenting that.
Okay, that's what I
Mhm.
need to hear I need
Mhm.
that for all of us to hear that, so that
Mhm.
that won't be a conflict to us later in life. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is the table that you'll fill out if you want to make a disclosure. Okay, the first column, you're going to, so say for example, if you are hiring your daughter, okay, put that person in the first column. That's who has the conflict. Okay, what is your daughter doing for the organization? What is that relationship? Okay, conflict relationship description. You're going to describe that in a little bit more detail of, what they are doing for the organization and why it's a conflict. And then in the final column, you're going to indicate how that's going to be managed. Let me just back up. So if, say, using your example, and if you've gone through the processes of, offering open competition, those are some things you would want to document on this form, that, things that you've done to make this allowable. Okay. Again, you need to have documentation to support it. But these are things that, get it down on paper on the front end. 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. So that was the table. This just talks about, and we've talked about it, you may need to recuse yourself. You may need to make sure you're having documentation. And then you also have a continuing duty to update. So if things change throughout the fiscal year, you need to disclose that at the time that that's happening within 10 business days. Again, final takeaways: be accurate, disclose the concerns, maintain your documentation, and update DPI. And now we're going to take a break.
Okay, quick question. If someone can take her this microphone, please. You have to, or people online can't hear you.
Testing.
Good morning. Quick question. What should be the start date of our budget?
We're going to talk about that next, aren't you?
We are going to talk about the budget yet, but you'll
Okay.
notice that, I mean, it's listed on the budget 208. Katrina will talk about that when they do the budget.
Okay, so we're going to give you about a 10-minute break. We do have waters and a few snacks out to your left. There are restrooms on both sides of the building, so out to the right and to the left, you'll find restrooms. If we could all be back in here in 10 minutes, so at 10:51, so we can stay on track to get you out for lunch on time. Thank you. If we can have everyone go ahead and come back into the auditorium, we're going to get started in about 30 seconds. So DPI staff, if you can kind of corral folks out in the lobby and have them go ahead and come back into the auditorium. Toya, will you make sure everybody can hear me out there about coming on in? We have just a few more budget documents, budget 208 and some more related documents to cover real quick, and then we're going to move right into our grant guidance updates. So if we could have everyone go ahead and take a seat, we really need to stay on track. Okay, if you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. Thank you. Okay, come on up, Katrina.
Good morning, everyone. We got our break in we got our break in earlier than we anticipated. So now we're going to be refreshed and start to talk about the budget for 27. So for those who don't know me, my name's Katrina Blunt. I am one of the fiscal monitors, and I pretty much work with the Southwest, which is Dr. Hamilton's programs, and the Northeast, which is Wendy Buck's program. So I think I've probably been around on one of the few on our team that's been around the longest. So for those of you who have been around since maybe cohort 15, you know that there are many changes that have come over the years with the budget. So we're working to make it a friendlier budget for you as well as a friendlier budget for us. So let's get into it. So FY 27, with the budget 208, there are some changes and a few updates that we want to talk about. And the first thing we want to talk about is that we have come up with a separate carryover column for programs that are carrying over funds from one year to the next. So if you are a cohort 17, you're going to be carrying over funds for your year 3. Cohort 18, you'll be carrying over funds to year 2. So what we've done in the 208 budget here is if you look at there's a separate column that we've added for a carryover. And one of the things that we've done in this previous year is we've really worked with our programs to ensure that you were actually, following and maintaining your spending. And we were all, if you were monitored this year, we were always asking, how are you capturing your actual versus budgeted expenses? Because what that does is that when it comes to the end of the year and you're going into year 2, you have 27 months to spend down funds for that year. So you will always have some carryover until you get to your final year. So this year we have a carryover column that says FY 26 carryover. So for non-LEAs, whatever you have not submitted in your last ERICA draw later this month, whatever has not been submitted in that last ERICA draw, whatever is remaining for your budget is going to be your carryover. And you will see at the top of the 208 budget, there is an area where you're going to list your carryover as of July 1st of 2026. And then you will come down to the column C. I think it's column C, and it'll show the FY 26 carryover, and you'll just budget those funds in that column accordingly. So that's something new that we had this year that we have not had before, but it lets us see what your carryover is and what you actually have to spend for your traditional year and your standard summer or intensive summer for 2027. Did I see a hand up? Darren's coming with a microphone.
Can y'all pass this? It's hot.
Thank you.
So for the carryover column, all I'm wondering is if we're still running, we're running camps that we'll be spending down on, when is this budget 208 due? And can we include the, I understand that we have to get it in by the June 22nd date, but if we're still actively running programs that align with the summer, you still want that tracked up until?
So with your carryover, Poppy, with your carryover, whatever money you have not spent or submitted as of June 22nd. So if you're going to do another submission in Erica on the 20th of June, that's the last amount of money from this year's budget. Anything after that becomes all of your carryover for the next year because you have not expended it yet. Even if you're still running programming, yeah, that just goes and it starts and it's in your FY27 budget starting July 1, even though you are still running programming. Okay? All right. Something else that we're changing for FY27 is the direct and indirect student services. So the 80-20 direct indirect that you all we use for FY26, you do not have to apply that to the budget itself, but the requirement still applies. Okay? So subgrantees are no longer required to separate direct and indirect student services costs by the chart of account code on the budget 208, but it still applies. So as fiscal monitors, we are reviewing and looking at that information when you're submitting your budget for FY27. We're looking to see that there are not, administrative costs are reasonable for those positions. We still want to see 80% of these funds going toward direct student services. So we will be reviewing and looking to ensure that salaries are reasonable for those administrative positions that are not directly related to the students, such as your custodian, positions, your fiscal finance or fiscal agent, or anyone that's being compensated that does not have a direct role with the students. So we will be looking and reviewing that information to determine that it's allocable, it's necessary, it's reasonable. But you're no longer required to separate it out in those chart of account codes. Yes, Tara.
We have a question. Darren, you got it? Okay.
It's a live mic.
Has there been any updates to any changes as to what's direct and indirect as on the chart of accounts? Are they the same?
The chart of account codes are all going to be the same. There's no direct or indirect. It's just that when you're getting into, let's say, for example, supplies and that chart of account code, you're basically telling us what you're doing with your supplies. If it's something that it's supplies that's related to, administrative, you're giving us the narrative still. The narrative column will still be there in the budget for you to explain in detail how you're getting to the amount that you're budgeting.
All of the columns and all the calculations just became too cumbersome for
Yeah.
subgrantees, so we wanted to remove that. It's not that it's not going to apply, but it's for ease for you to enter the information. You know what is direct and what's indirect. You know what's directly impacting students. None of the codes have changed. You're just not going to have to take the time to try to figure out, how do I separate this in all these different columns? Is it calculating it correctly? We had some issues with it even calculating some things correctly. So the burden is going to be on the fiscal team to just look through what you are proposing to do with your funds.
And because the burden comes to us, if we can't understand it, the burden goes back to you. Okay?
That is correct.
It's just that simple. It's so many programs.
Make sure that I understand what you're saying. So, because currently on the budget, it has like in parentheses, if it's direct or indirect. I guess my question is, will that no longer be there?
No, it's
Okay.
just going to go back to the budget to the prior year. You just have that one chart of account code. But if that chart of account code asks for a narrative, we want to see your narrative as to how are you getting to that amount that you're budgeting for, whether it's supplies for students or some, administrative supplies for the office.
Okay, we have one more question back here and then one right here.
So you're looking for our narrative to explain to you if that area is used for students or for administrative. Is that correct?
No, what it is that, like, let's use supplies and materials as one of the chart of account codes. And there are, most of the time, your supplies and materials that are pretty much dedicated towards the student and things that they need. But if there are supplies that administrative needs, then you could say, hey, $2,000 of this is going to go towards office supplies that would be administrative. So we're just asking you to tell, be as detailed as possible without giving us an entire story, but be as detailed as possible. When you see that detailed narrative column there, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for you to tell us how you are getting to the amount that you're budgeting for.
Okay, we got one more question over here.
In the case of smaller programs where some of the staff that has been on the current budget seen as indirect, such as the program director, some of the smaller programs, the program directors and some of the other positions, they do a lot of activities and different things with the students. Is there any change to how those funds can be
So let me
identified?
give an example. I'm thinking you're saying like a program director that kind of wears many hats.
Correct.
And that's what a program director does. They wear many hats. So that basically what they are doing, if they have to step in and be a teacher or even a driver one day, that's just a part of the overall duties that they may have, but not doing it or that's something they may not do every day. So it's kind of like a part of your overall job description, whereas, my job description may be to do 21 DC, but that's not something I do every day. So again, I want to make sure I understand your question is that you're saying that they work multiple positions? Is that what you're saying? Or are they sometimes having to step in for other people?
On a day-to-day basis, they do that every day.
On a day-to-day basis,
Yes.
what position, like a program director is what you're saying?
Right, so then that would need to be in your narrative.
Exactly.
If you're doing it every day, then you need to say 10 hours of the day, I am actually teaching students grades 5 through 6. Or if you are, right, if it's 2 hours a day that you're doing it, then you just need to
Well, and that
notate
should be a
that.
part of your, in the job, within that job description, that's some of the things that they're doing. Absolutely. Yes, Bridge Down East, Kristen.
So we currently, under this 80/20, I have my program director clocking in as site director sometimes and program director sometimes to kind of eliminate that situation. It gets really cumbersome when we're doing draw reimbursements. So for the purpose of this, in the narrative, if I switched her back to program director 100% of the time, in the narrative, should I give you the percentage that she is doing administrative?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, it all goes back to the narrative.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to explain what that person is doing, how many hours. If it's a percent of that time, then you need to notate that. Okay. And then if they have any questions, they'll reach out to you. Okay. We're going to take one more. And then if you have any more, we'll hold them until the end. We just want to make sure that we get through everything today.
I just had a question about supplies. We spend a decent amount of money on paper towels and toilet paper and cleaning supplies. And to me, those impact the kids directly and they touch all of those surfaces that get cleaned and use the toilet paper. So I want to put them as a direct expense. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, everything is going under that one chart of account code. It's basically that narrative that you're giving us.
Right.
We all know that, kids do need paper towels, bathroom tissue, and those things. So there are student materials too. They
Good.
kind of fall in there.
Okay.
So that's not something that we're going to look at and say, oh, well, how much does it go to direct and how much indirect? We're not going to do that. That's something that is going to just be needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Katrina.
Okay. We're going to move on here. And if you do have any more questions, we will be around today after we're done. Okay. So again, we just basically reiterate that, we will continue to review calls for compliance, allowability, as said earlier, making sure it's reasonable, necessary, and it's in alignment to the state board approved program that you were awarded the grant for. And again, we were just speaking to the budget narrative. That's what we're talking about in that detailed narrative. Your narrative really should explain what you're doing or how you are expending or anticipating expending that budget amount for the year. So, we want to know what is being funded. That's what the purpose of the budget narrative in the 208. What's being funded? Why is the cost necessary? And how does it support, your program goals and how was the amount calculated? So, you're telling me you need $6,000 for supplies and materials, we need to see what, how are you getting to, how did you come up with that number? So that's what the detail in the budget narrative is for, is to give us that information so we'll have a picture of what you, how you are planning to expend those funds in the upcoming year. Okay. And of course, you should always, we are looking to understand the purpose, the need, and the calculation without asking for clarification. So if we get budgets in and you are not completing the narrative, we're sending it back because we need to have all the information as complete as possible. And, Monica mentioned earlier when she was up here is that, we really want to try to get your budgets through the first time. So just taking the time to go through it and make sure that what you are putting out there is something, if someone else is looking at it, they understand what it is. Because we're looking at least 30 to 40 budgets each, 30 to 40, programs each. Okay.
So what I would also say is your budget should not be placeholder line items. So that's the whole point in providing the narrative. Just because you think you might need $10,000, what we're trying to do is make sure that you're thinking through how you're spending these funds, because I don't know about y'all, but I feel like right now we have to be very mindful of how we spend funds. And we don't want to just throw something down on a piece of paper. And if it's ever questioned, we want to be able to show that thinking through how we are spending these funds and that we are doing what's in the best interest of the students in North Carolina. Because we don't want to just have numbers floating around out there. You're putting the same amount in each line item every single year, but it's just a placeholder because you're not using it. And then later you want to move it into something else. What we want you to do is be proactive. Think through what you're doing with your budget now. Don't just put something down and say, well, I'll just throw 10,000 in supplies and materials just to hold that line there, because I don't know what I'm going to do with that $10,000. I hope that you have a plan for that $10,000. That's what we have to be very mindful of.
Absolutely.
Darren, if it's in the chat, let's let Ashton run back there and try to answer it real quick so we can move on.
I'm going to keep going. Okay. Okay. So the positions narrative, staffing must be reasonable and justifiable. So we get to the position summary tab of that 208 budget. So, we want to see the position titles and duties, the number of positions. Some programs they classify their teachers as tutors, or some programs classify tutors as teachers. So we want to make sure that it's actually matching back to what's in that 208 budget, making sure that you provide the number of positions, the rate of pay. And the rate of pay could be a range for some of your positions, the hours per week, and just using the calculation, how you use to determine the amount budgeted, explaining why staffing level is necessary, because, I think Wendy mentioned earlier, we really do need to look at administrative staffing positions to make sure they're reasonable and it's necessary based on the number of students you are serving in your program. We've had some programs that only serve like 50 to 60 students, but they want like 10 teachers. And I'm like, is that reasonable? Is that necessary? So really wanting you guys to really think through it as you go through and, and complete the budgets as we go into this next fiscal year. As Susan said, we really are under the microscope with how we're expending the funds and how our sub-grantees are expending funds. And we want to make sure that the positions that you are putting in this position summary tab, it aligns with the org chart. As I stated before, some programs have organization charts that list everyone as teachers as tutors, but then you get to your position summary tab and they're listed as teachers. So we want to make sure that the chart of account code, the positions actually align to what's in your org chart, so we can understand it and it flows better as well. And we want to make sure that the approved program schedule, that staffing supports those schedules that you have approved on the program side for the number of students served, like I said before. So every position charged to the grant should have a clear and justifiable purpose. So we want to be able to see that flow from the 208 budget to the position summary tab moving forward. And as always, when you're done with your budget, we want to make sure that you have all the required signatures and, signatures and dates for the fiscal agent, program director, and if there's a CFO, in some organizations, they do have a chief finance officer. Some of our school districts may have a fiscal agent and a federal programs director that may sign off. So if that's applicable, we need that. But we'll know that the signatures are required. There are 2 slots available in CCIP. You can upload it because we need to see the Excel version of your 2.8 budget. So we have to have that uploaded. And if you can't upload the Excel version with signatures, you can upload a PDF of just the signatures. But we need to have that signature PDF or signatures in the Excel version, and we also need the Excel version of the 208 budget so that we can really look at all of the different tabs in there that you're uploading to try to get your budgets approved and get you on the allotment log for fiscal year 27. And again, the Excel file is required. So we oftentimes have to send budgets back because we can't really read it in a PDF format, and we need to see each of the tabs in that budget. And I think that is it. Oh, last slide. Budget 209 amendments. And this is just something that we just decided. We were still getting 209 budget amendments in June. So going into next year, the last budget amendment we'll receive and we'll complete is May 31st. Anything after May 31st next year, you just need to prepare to put that in your continuation application budget for year 3 for cohort 18s. So any budget amendments after May 31st, we're just going to return them back to you and say, please put that into your continuation application for your year 3. Okay, turn it over to Ashton.
All right, I'm just going to continue on the related documents that have not changed from last year. So your financial reporting documents, there are 3 options. If you were a organization that has received more than $1 million of federal or state funds, you were subject to a single audit or a program-specific audit, and you would upload that audit report. If that wasn't applicable to your program and you are a for-profit or nonprofit with the following tax returns, 990, an 1120, you would upload those tax returns. If those 2 bullets did not apply to your program, what you would upload would be a statement of income and expenditures. I don't think we had very many issues with this, but if you have any questions, contact your fiscal monitor. Organizational chart, there's no template for this. I think some of the notes I have are to make sure that your positions are matching with your budget. So when we're going through our application, we're looking at your budget on the positions tab, and we're making sure that all of those titles are found on your org chart. We want to make sure that they align. If you have if you have positions that are specific, like say the job title is a coach. You don't say teacher, but the DPI code is teacher. You're able to expand on that in your narrative on the budget, and you're allowed to use your organization's specific job title on your org chart, but note that we're going to be looking for that. Other notes are to ensure that your contractors, your volunteers, anyone that is related to 21st Century is on your org chart, specifically with travel. So if you are going to be expending 21st Century funds on travel for your staff, make sure those staff are found on your org chart. Inventory listing, this has not changed. I think what is important to note is that we will be looking into what you've expended under 542, any of the furniture and equipment codes. We're going to be looking into those. 461, 462 for furniture and equipment, and we want you to keep this updated. So this is our checkpoint in the year to make sure that whatever you've purchased under furniture and equipment is found in this spreadsheet. Anything with the unit cost over $10,000, you can put in the capitalized asset inventory tab. Okay. Contracts. What's important to remember on this is that you as a subgrantee are setting the scope of what objectives you would like the contractor to meet. And then the contractor is taking your proposal and they're creating their own agreement in that proposal. So you're not creating the contract, you're getting in a partnership with the contractor. Requirements, vendor name, not just the business name, their name, obviously signatures, deliverables, and then sanctions for non-performance. So an exit clause. If they're not meeting your deliverables, how are you going to get out of that? Continuing with the contracted services, some reminders. We want to make sure that obviously you're checking for bidding. If it's over $10,000, you have that documentation, but other documentation that you'd want to make sure you have are ensuring that they are not debarred or ineligible for federal participation. Documentation for background checks. If they're engaged with students in any capacity, we want to make sure that we have background checks for our contractors. The biggest thing is that you're uploading those contracts in CCIP and getting them approved before you're seeking reimbursement. So we do realize that you're not going to have everything finalized for your contractors by the time the application is due, by August. So we encourage you to upload a placeholder stating your plan for that. If you have some of them already finalized, like your lease that's continuing or transportation that's continuing, great. But for those that you do not have a finalized contract for, upload a placeholder into CCIP so that we know your plan. And then some programs don't have contractors at all. So upload a template that's like, we do not plan to spend 21st century dollars on contracts. I always plug it, but the history log in CCIP is where we communicate with you other than email. So I've uploaded, or I put some screenshots in here. You'll be able to see when we approve contracts that we list them out. So we say Northridge Church printing, that's approved. We say your lease is approved. We say all of these contractors. At any time, if you're unsure what contractors we have approved, you can go in the history log. If it says not approved, none uploaded at this time, remember to upload any contracts. That means that the ball's in your court to upload those contracts, and we haven't approved anything. So make sure that you are looking through the history log for our documented approval. And this is where we were supposed to break, and I'm going to pass it to Hawana or Susan. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so make sure if you don't have approval for a contract, please do not submit for reimbursement. You will have to pay those funds back. And it pains us to have to tell you that when we discover it when we're doing a monitoring. And the fiscal monitors will come to me every time and they're like, oh, Susan, I had this monitoring. I see where they've charged for this. They don't have the contract approved in CCIP. What do you think my answer is going to be? I'm sorry. I mean, there's not a whole lot we can do. So you have to make sure that you get the approval. And if you're not sure if you've got a contract approved, just like Ashton said, go back and look in the history log. They communicate everything there. That is our official source documentation for everything. So that's the official approval. If you don't have it in there, it's not approved. Okay. So I do want to share some updated information about allotments and how you receive your funds. Okay. So it has not changed that this is a 3-year grant award, and you still have 27 months to expend your funds in year 1 and 2. Year 3, you know that that's only available for 15 months. At the end of September, all those funds are going to be pulled back. They revert back to the state. There is no carryover in year 3. Also remember, you have to spend the money and then request it back. Okay, I don't know how many times we've had to say that, and we have to say it because somebody doesn't do that. So please be mindful of that. If you run into any issues, you're not sure about something, please call us first. It's so much easier for us to help you on the front end than to try to make corrections after it happens, okay? Okay, so here's the big update. A lot of you have expressed that, you know, it's very difficult early on when you're only getting access to 34% of your funds. Okay, so we're going to move to 2 installments, meaning you're going to get half up front. You will get 50% of your total academic award now instead of 34%. Okay, so as soon as you get your continuation application and your budget approved, we will release 50% of your academic year award. Okay, the remaining 50% will be issued once you have reached. There we go. Once you hit the old 3rd installment. Okay, so if you get to 75% of your total enrollment goal and the students that are in that bunch are 90 hours or more, you can submit for your final 50% at any time. Okay, so that's the big number. It doesn't mean that we're not going to help you along the way and check in to see how your attendance is going and how your ADA is going, because what we want to make sure of is that you reach the 75%. Okay, we only had, I think, 3 programs this year that had difficulty reaching third installment, which is wonderful. So everybody else received all of their funds this year. So that's impressive. Okay, so we just had a couple of situations where, you know, they had some extenuating circumstances, and, you know, we help them work through that. It doesn't mean that they're penalized going into next year. We do try to work with you in the first 2 years of your grant to make sure that you work out all the kinks. But what you need to also realize is that you're still going to get 100% of your summer installment award, and that will be released around April 1st. So you will also get your summer installment in one sum, just like you have in the past. So just to provide support to you through this new process, to make sure, like I said, that you remain on track with your attendance, this is not new. We communicated this last year, but please make sure that your 21 DC is up to date and reflective of current programming by December 31st. So if programming is supposed to begin by what date? October 15th. Should you have 21 DC updated by December 31st? You should have it done way before that, but we're given some grace there. We just want to make sure we have ample time. We know staff changes over, some things get in the way, but that attendance is so important, and it becomes very cumbersome if you wait too long to start entering that data. Everybody believes that. So we know, we feel your pain. We've had conversations with many of you about that. It is a huge issue if you wait too long. So during each year of the grant cycle, what we're going to do is provide support to you. So we will look in 21 DC. Your program administrator is going to view 21 DC after the December 31st deadline. So they will be going into the system in the month of January and taking a look at all of their subgrantees and looking to see if anybody's at risk of not being on track to meet their goal. And what they will do is they are going to reach out to you. If you are not at 50% of your state education enrollment goal, meaning that you don't have 50% of your students with 45 hours or more, and your ADA is not at 70% yet, they're going to reach out to you in the months of February and March and help you develop strategies, work through anything that you might need help with, because our ultimate goal is that everybody in here receives all of your money, okay? That is our goal. We do not want to send any money back to the Department of the Treasury. We do not want to. That is not our goal. Our goal is to expend every penny on the students. And so all of that will be communicated as in the past. What is your authoritative source? CCIP, okay? So if they look in there, everything's good, you're at 50% of your enrollment goal, your ADA looks good, you're good to go. If they find that you are not meeting one of those criteria, they will simply send it to you via email in the history log, and they will let you know, hey, I'm going to schedule an associated TA with you. And you will work with your individual program administrator to work out a time that's good for you. Now, following the second check-in, okay, so initially we're going to do it in January. If we get to your 75% goal and you have hit 75%, your ADA is at 70%, you're good to go to get your second installment. You won't receive anything. If we get to that installment, now it's your second, remember this is your second 50%, and you're not at the 70% ADA, we're not going to penalize you at that point, because we do know that some of you are going to apply for that 50% for your second installment. You might apply for it in January. So you might not be at 70% for your ADA yet. So what we will do is go back at the end of the academic year, and we'll do one final check to make sure everybody is on track with their ADA, okay? And if for some reason you are not at the end of year 1 or year 2, we will provide that technical assistance to you the following fall. Now, if you have trouble meeting that 2 consecutive years in a row, then we may have to talk with you about right-sizing your program, because if you are consistently not meeting those attendance goals, you may have stretched yourself too far. You may not have the capacity to provide services to that many students, and we will work with you to right-size your program. Are there any questions about the new allotment policy, the 2 installments versus the 3? Yes, we have one question at the back. Let him bring you the Microphone.
So how does the 90 hours impact what's looked at in January?
90 hours is not looked at in January unless you have submitted for your second installment. We're only looking at 50%. If you're at 50% of your enrollment goal in January, and if you're at 70% of your ADA, we're not looking to see if you're at 75% with 90 hours. We're looking at 45 hours at that point.
Okay, thank you.
So none of that has changed. We still are expecting you to hit milestones, but we're not tying it to, you've got to get 34%, 34%, and then 32%. We're giving you half up front, which should help a lot of you implement your programming much easier. And then you'll get the final 50% whenever you're ready. And the deadline, the latest you can submit for that last installment is April the 30th. Okay, so we're going to run it all the way up to April 30th. Hopefully you will be able to meet it by then because school is almost out. So April 30th is being very generous. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Hawana, and she's going to run through a few more grant guidance updates, and then Monica, I think, will end up getting everything else. And what our plan is to get you out of here. It was supposed to be 11:30, but we're at 11:27. So we will still extend and give you your adequate lunch time, but we're going to try to push on through.
Okay, mandatory disclosures and whistleblowers has already been mentioned earlier, but I do want to share with you that you are responsible for maintaining a written process for reporting all waste and abuse, conflicts of interest, bribery, gratuities, or any other violation involving federal funds. You must provide internal and external reporting channels, including NCDPI and the United States Department of Office of Inspector General. You need to inform your employees, your contractors, and stakeholders how to report concerns without fear of retaliation. And you also must include reporting procedures and whistleblower protections for the staff in your handbook and on your online communication platforms. I will reiterate what Monica shared earlier. When we conducted monitoring this year, a lot of subgrantees did not have this information in place. Please make sure that you are including that in your documentation this upcoming year. We have revised some information in regards to a site coordinator. Your 21st century office and all program sites as such, they should reside in a close geographic proximity in order to utilize a site coordinator. Although not required, site coordinators are beneficial to help with program oversight when subgrantees have multiple program sites as referred to as centers. So here are some of the duties we're going to think of when we're thinking about the site coordinator. They maintain and organize resources at the site to ensure activities are implemented consistently so that program roles are achieved. So when subgrantees have programs located at multiple sites, the site coordinator is critical for ensuring accurate enrollment and attendance records are maintained for submission to NCDPI. It's their responsibility to ensure that they are collecting that pertinent information every day, especially in regards to the attendance, to the data, anything that you're responsible for collecting and aggregating for the said students that you are serving. But site coordinators are not allowable if there is only one program site. And I know there are some unique situations in the room where you do have just one program site. However, the program director serves multiple programs. And when I say multiple programs, I mean federal programs outside of 21st Century. These are things that you'll need to talk to with your physical monitor if you have questions. This year, you are required to attend all professional development trainings and other SEA meetings. So we want to support you in successful implementation of high quality 21st century learning at your site. So we want you to participate in all of our state sponsored professional development training and informational meetings throughout the grant period. These opportunities are designed by us and any other contractor that we may be working with to strengthen program quality, support continuous improvement, and ensure compliance with all federal, state, and local requirements. So what that's going to look like this year is that you have to have at least one representative attend all professional development events, trainings, and meetings. And this designated representative, they must be capable and have sufficient knowledge of the program's operations, their physical management, and other grant requirements to come back to the said program and effectively communicate the information to other program staff. So you want to think about the individual that you select, could be yourself or whomever you do select to attend all of these meetings. You need to think about them as like a train the trainer. Do they have the capacity, once they sit for the meeting, to go back and train the remainder of the staff? So here are some of the required participation events that we have upcoming this year. The annual statewide 21st Century Conference, the monthly in-person or virtual development sessions, monthly and informational program update meetings, new sub-grantee onboarding and orientation sessions, and additional trainings and technical assistance sessions as identified by the SCA. And like Relly mentioned earlier, a lot in the insurances and in the grant guidance, all of these things are mentioned, and even in the RFP, they're mentioned as the new subgrantees came on for cohort 17 and cohort 18. It's just this year we're requiring that somebody be present at all times. And here's the thing. If there is going to be, for those programs that are small, if there is going to be an absence, think about it. I like the way my work colleague Monica thought about it yesterday. She said, think about it as the person at school. If a child attends school or does not attend school, they're absent. When they return to said school, if they come with nothing, it is an unexcused absence. However, if they come back with a doctor's note, it is an excused absence. If you know you are going to be absent for one of the professional development sessions, you need to reach out to your physical monitor or your program administrator and explain why. And as you always know, with almost all of our sessions, we do record them and they are hosted on NCDPI's YouTube channel. So you need to make, you need to go back and review the information that has been presented.
And Juana, what I want to stress real quick while Monica's coming up is, one person should be available. Okay. And if it's not the program director or the fiscal agent, then you need to have someone that is qualified to come in your place. And exactly like what Juana said, they have to have knowledge of this grant. You want someone that can come back and effectively communicate any changes or updates to you, because who is ultimately responsible at the end of the day for this grant? What position? The fiscal agent. So if you trust somebody to come and get the information for you, that's up to you. Okay. And we're just saying it has to be a minimum of one. We are not restricting you to one. If you want your program director and fiscal agent to come, that is perfectly fine. If at any time there is a limit or a cap on the number of people that we can host, we will let you know that. But we always try to find spaces to where you can have at least 2 individuals attend all of our meetings. But you are required to have one.
All right, next we're going to talk about compensation. And nothing has changed as far as allowability for compensation. It's always been grounded in uniform guidance. However, what has changed is how DPI is going to be reviewing compensation and time and effort. So as it states here, all compensation charged to 21st Century, reasonable, necessary, allocable, adequately documented, and consistently applied. And make sure we keep on talking about these justifications. Those are going to be especially important when it comes to compensation and time and effort. Compensation allowability standards. Payments are for services during the period of performance. They must directly support the 21st CCLC program. Reasonable means comparable pay. Pay should be comparable to similar work in the labor market for employees with similar qualifications and experience. And part-time context matters. Most 21st Century programs operate out of school time, and compensation should reflect the program design and actual level of effort. For example, if you're a teacher, if your program is operating 15 hours a week, your teachers should not be working 30 hours. Okay, so we will be making sure that your proposed position and compensation plan aligns with the number of sites, it aligns with the number of students, and to make sure it's reasonable. Staffing levels should match the program approved to operate. Okay, staffing should align with the number of students served, just like what I mentioned, number of students served, number of sites, operating hours, student to staff ratios, and required responsibilities. That's how DPI fiscal monitors are going to be reviewing compensation, measuring it against those characteristics. Full-time or near full-time must be clearly justified in your narratives, okay? And they do require clear justification supporting documentation. We talked about how student to staff ratios. So we are looking at full-time equivalents. So if your program, just to keep it simple, if your program runs 20 hours a week, okay, then that would be a 0.5 person. So we're not necessarily looking at the number of people. We're kind of looking at the proportionality of the hours that they're working. So you can have, if you need 20 hours worth of work, you can have 2 people that work 10 hours a week, and that's not 2 people. That's still only half a person or half a full-time equivalent. Nobody's half a person, sorry. But again, nothing's really changed from how uniform guidance, everything needs to be necessary, reasonable, and allocable, but it is how you justify it. All right, so we have a couple scenarios here. Is this reasonable? So the situation is that the program has 80 students, 2 sites, approximately 40 students per site, and the site operates 12 hours per week per site. And the proposed staffing listed there is a program director at 20 hours a week, so that's a 0.5 FTE. They have 2 site coordinators at 18 hours per week. So 0.9 FTE. And then they have 8 teachers that are each working 12 hours per week. So that's a total of 2.4 FTEs. So would you consider this reasonable or not reasonable?
So somebody volunteer if you think it is reasonable to share with us why you think it's reasonable. Based on what? What would you consider? Why would you consider this reasonable? Somebody want to volunteer? You have to have the mic. Back here, we got a volunteer? No? Okay, we've got one right here.
I think that it is reasonable. You stated on the previous slide that there should be 1 site coordinator for 1 site, if it was 1 site, but here there are 2 sites. So the 2 site coordinators go hand in hand. The 1 program director could go between both sites because program directors are known to do that. And 8 teachers with the 40 students. Right, so the ratio with that is within standards as well. So I feel like it is reasonable.
Does anybody disagree?
Okay, hold on. Here's another one. Okay.
So if there's 40 students per site, equally divided, and I guess I have a question. Are we saying that the number of teachers are also equally divided? Okay, yeah. So I think that it would be reasonable at my site, but maybe reasonable.
Okay, anybody else want to share? Okay, we've got one right here and then one down front.
I would say it's slightly unreasonable, as in the program director is doing way more than 20 hours of work per week. The teachers are doing way more than 12 hours of work per week because they are doing planning outside of direct student contact, as well as site coordinators. They can't enter attendance and update travel logs and all of the things in 18 hours a week. It's
So what I'm
I-
hearing is
I
that
don't feel
you
like it's
wouldn't say that
possible.
this is, it wouldn't be spending too much on compensation, correct?
Absolutely not enough.
Right. Now, if you wanted all of those things that you just mentioned, is that unallowable? No. What do you need?
You need to explain in the narrative that the program director is splitting their time between two sites, that they are also assisting with travel logs, attendance, all of the things that teachers are planning outside of direct student contact hours. Just
Those are the things, again, that we're not, all of this is grounded in uniform guidance. We're not saying these things are
Right.
unallowable. We're saying that they must be documented and justified.
Because she makes a good point. If programming is operating 12 hours and your teachers are only paid for 12 hours, okay? So while it's not unreasonable like this would be perfectly acceptable if that's what you wanted to do. But if you wanted to increase that and say teachers are being paid 16 hours a week because 1 hour per day they're doing planning, would that be reasonable? Yes.
But those are the things that you need to put in your positions tab. You need to document that so that we know what are they doing the other non-student facing hours. If you're student facing for 12 hours and you're paying them for 16 hours, explain what you're doing during non-student facing time.
Right. And we have one more comment and then we're going to move on.
Yes, my question is, if the site coordinators are not directly supervising students during those 12 hours of programming, then aren't you out of alignment with the 80-20 ratio for direct versus indirect?
So we're looking at it kind of as a whole,
Holistically,
where
yeah.
we kind of really got granular last year. We're pulling back a little bit and looking at as a whole. It provides more flexibility for programs to tell us, because every organization is different. So tell us how your organization works and why it's reasonable and necessary to.
Right. There's
to
no
run it this
cookie
way.
cutter. Okay. Everybody is not going to have the same setup. And we're fully aware of that. But what we have to do, and we've mentioned this a couple of times today, everything has to be reasonable. Because if somebody, a reasonable person, would come in and say, wow, that sure is a lot of people to be serving 50 kids, then that should send up a red flag to you. Okay. You need to think about that. If a reasonable person, let's say, for example, taxpayers, anybody that's a taxpayer that says, what's going on over here? So you mean to tell me that you're only serving 50 kids, but you've employed 25 people? Does that sound reasonable to a reasonable person? No.
Mhm. Okay. Scenario B, is this reasonable? So you have 75 students, one site, your program operates 15 hours per week, and your staffing design has one program director, 40 hours per week. You have a site coordinator, also at 40 hours per week. You have a lead teacher at 25 hours per week, and you have 8 teachers at 15 hours per week. Would you consider that reasonable?
Okay, we want somebody to speak. Who wants to speak? We got one down here. We're just going to take one or two this time, and then we're going to have to move on if you guys want to go to lunch today.
Which would be unreasonable?
Well, I think it's unreasonable. I'm gonna look at the teachers first because you got 50 students in one site, at one site, in the general classroom. Yeah. So in a regular gen ed classroom, you got between 20 to 26 kids per teacher, and they might have a teacher assistant. That's 50, that's 25, and we got 8 staff for students. So we top heavy over there. Program director, I think we do that. I think the site coordinator kind of do that too, because she work hand in hand with the program director.
Lead teacher, I'm suspect about that 25 hours.
Okay. Take one more comment. This is just to get you thinking. There's no right or wrong answer, okay?
If we're going to go by the new standard, the site coordinator wouldn't be allowed. The program director would be fine. The teacher, if we go by the ratio, is a 1 to 10 for academic and 1 to 15 for. So you would need to probably take away maybe a couple. I would probably say 5 or 6 teachers might be more appropriate, but increase the hours because you got 15 hours. They may need planning time for that. And as far as a lead teacher, I mean, I think her hours might be a little extensive, but maybe bring that down a little bit. But I think the position is sufficient.
So I think on the surface, it does seem unreasonable. Maybe there is.
But what if those teachers only worked?
Maybe they have no
Maybe they're
lesson
splitting
planning.
it. Maybe there are 8 teachers, but 4 of them are enrichment and 4 of them are academic. So see, it can become, it's a process. So it's not that anything is necessarily unallowable. It just has to be what? Reasonable and necessary.
Yeah. You need to have those strong justifications and clear roles, okay? Because your roles can't be duplicative. Without the context, we don't know if the program director, site coordinator, if they have duplicative duties. That's where these narratives come in. So when you're completing your positions tab, just make sure, and we're going to go over just some examples of some duties. Okay, so salary benchmarks and justification. One source of benchmarking, of course, we are DPI. We publish public school salaries for teachers. That could be a source for determining salaries for your teachers, for your program director. However, it needs to be, that's a different scope. Okay, you need to adjust it for the scope of a 21st century program. A principal and teacher salary, that is for a principal, if they are a principal of an elementary school with 600 students, 7 hours a day, supervise 50 staff. That's quite different than a after-school program who serves 75 students and operates 3 hours a day. So use it as a benchmark, but it will need to be adjusted for the size and scope of your 21st century program. Again, we've talked about this. I think you guys are understanding it's all about the justifications. We're not saying that full-time, near full-time is unallowable, but it's going to require additional justifications. This is nothing new. Weekly work hour limitation, no more than 40 hours per week per individual may be charged to the 21st century grant. And this applies regardless of the number of positions held. If you wear, different hats, if you're a site coordinator as well as an enrichment teacher, your time and effort needs to be all together with, and it can't be more than 40 hours per week. If it's over 40, it must be paid with non-grant funds. We've talked about related parties when we were talking. Okay. Related parties and independent approvals for compensation. If you are, again, have limited segregation of duties because you're a small organization, you need to look into getting some of those compensatory controls inside your organization to be compliant with uniform guidance. Employment and compensation decisions must be independent and transparent. Similar to what we were talking about before, if you are employing related parties, you need to have documentation that you went through a process for hiring those related parties. Fringe benefits, I spoke about this previously, but your fringe benefits need to be fall under written policies and procedures, which outlines who's eligible for these benefits, what are the benefits, how much is the employer versus the employee charging, is that reasonable? So make sure that's documented in your policies and procedures. It's very similar to your compensation, but it's just for the non-wage compensation. It still needs to be reasonable though. All right, time and effort. So we're moving from compensation to time and effort. Time and effort must reflect actual work. It needs to reflect 100% of the work done. If you're like multi-objective, say you work somewhere else in a school district and you work 21st century. In order for us to determine allocability, we actually need all the time and effort together, determine what percentage should you be charging to 21st century. If we only have 21st century, we cannot determine that percentage. In addition, and it has to reflect the actual work performed. It must be completed at the time the work is performed. We've had subgrantees, if we go on to monitoring and they don't have time and effort, and then they say, well, we can do it now. No, you can't. It has to be done at the time that your work is performed with a reasonable, time frame. But if we're like 6 months out and you don't have a time and effort for that compensation that was paid, that's a problem. Time and effort needs to be completed as you're working. Time and effort, it's got to align with program design. These are just some examples of specific activity descriptions for your time and effort. We've got vague time and effort descriptions on the left with more specific descriptions on the right. Just saying that you're reading and responding to emails, that's really not specific enough, especially if you are like a program director. We expect to see those duties that a program director, the higher level duties, okay? We understand everybody reads and responds emails. We want to see like substantive time and effort of what you're doing for the program. Is it working on sustainability? Is it meeting with feeder schools? Those are the things that really should be on your time and effort versus the more non-meaningful work.
We shouldn't
okay?
just see answering emails and a line drawn down your timesheet that says 8 hours a day.
Mhm.
Okay? And that's a real example. Okay? So that's what we're trying to make sure that you are definitely documenting what you are doing. If you have regularly scheduled meetings with principals and you're the program director, that should be on your time and effort if you've gone and visited a school. If you spent time in the community, passing out flyers and providing information to other people, make sure it's on your time and effort. It should never just be one thing and a line drawn down.
Documentation should support dates, time, and work performed. So you'll notice here, the first bullet is timesheets or PARs. That is one piece of time and effort. However, there needs to be other documentation that can support that timesheet. A timesheet is really just something somebody made on a computer. But, so how do we know somebody didn't just create it? Well, we know it wasn't created because we have other documentation. We have agendas, we have lesson plans, we have emails, we have calendars. If it's ever called into question, whether you were actually working, we're not saying like you have to submit all this stuff for time and effort, but I'm just saying on the back end or on the front end, make sure you have it if it's ever called into question. Here are some common red flags that we've seen in time and effort. So repeated descriptions across multiple days and weeks, exactly what Susan was saying, read and respond to emails, 8 hour, it needs to be reflective of some meaningful work. Broad activity descriptions that do not show what was actually completed. Routine tasks listed as the primary support for large blocks of time. routine tasks that happen every day, maybe some days that routine task might have become something that was actually non-routine. So you may help with student arrivals every day. So it's not really something significant that, you would necessarily put on a time and effort because it's just normal. But if something happened on this day during student arrival and it really took some time and effort to resolve or to deal with, sure, that's something that you would put on for that day. No clear work product, that's just what I was talking about as far as to support the timesheet. Do you have the agendas, sign-in sheets, lesson plans, emails? Could you prove that that timesheet or PARS was accurate or actually occurred? It's kind of the triangulation of the time and effort. And then the duties described do not clearly support the position. That's what I'm saying there is that, the level of responsibility should match the position. If you're being compensated at a program director level, your time and effort needs to reflect program director level duties, not the, the ones that could be done by somebody with less, that you're paying less. Okay. I think you guys, again, are getting the understanding that if it's full-time or near full-time, it's going to require strong support in your narratives. All right, moving on to procurement. One thing that we've done this year, previously we have had two different thresholds for procurement. We've had the federal procurement threshold, and then for our LEAs, which were required to follow the state, the lower threshold, and it could get somewhat confusing sometimes. We've just simplified it. Everybody's going to follow the LEA district threshold, which is the $10,000 for micro purchases. So once you hit that threshold, you need to start, that's where you need to have the documented quotes, reaching out to vendors and contractors to have quotes for those supplies or services, goods and services. Above that goes to 90, up to 90,000 or 150,000. Honestly, I've never seen anybody have to do a formal procurement through 21st Century. But just know if you get to a certain threshold, there are specific requirements that you would be required to complete. Just a couple other reminders for procurement: full and open competition. I mentioned this before. You need to open it up to multiple vendors. Okay, you can't just target the person that you want to target. These are public funds, and you need to have full and open competition. This one? Okay, state reporting requirements. So there are two different levels because 21st Century funds are unique. They're both state and they're federal at the same time. So we have state reporting requirements at two levels. And if you receive between 1 and 999,999, it's level 1. And that requires there is an online link in the grant guidance that you have to click on and do a certification. It reports directly to school business, who is in charge of tracking state reporting requirements for DPI. Once you hit the $1 million mark, you have an additional responsibility. You have to have a single audit, as well as complete the online form. And that is due no later than 9 months after your fiscal year end. And we are still working out exactly where that would need to be submitted to at DPI. Federal audit threshold, that's if you have 1 million in federal, only federal, so you can't count your state. It would count 21st Century, but not any of just strictly state funds. But if you have other funds that are federal that get you to that $1 million mark expended, then you are required to submit that audit to the federal audit clearinghouse. And that's 30 calendar days after it's completed or within 9 months of your fiscal year end. For charging audit costs, you can only charge 21st Century for the percentage that 21st Century is to your overall federal grant funds. So if 21st Century makes up 20% of all your federal grants, then you can only charge 20% of the audit to 21st Century. Yes. You can.
You've always been able to charge a percentage.
If you meet the threshold.
Right.
If you meet the
Only
threshold.
if you meet that threshold. Mhm.
If you may have an audit but not meet the threshold, then it's not allowable. Mhm. External evaluators, Wendy already did a really good job of explaining these. So they're here for you to review for additional information. Kind of the main point is make sure evaluators are doing evaluation and do not pull them in for program management. They need to stay independent.
Right. And all of that is in the slides, and it is just there as a reference for you. We've already covered the information, but we just wanted to show you that it has been updated in the grant guidance, which is why it's also in your application. Okay. And so we are going to break for lunch. You have an hour and 15 minutes. If we can all be back here at 1:15, we will go ahead and get started. So there's plenty of places around. We've sent out information on the listserv. So enjoy your time walking around in Raleigh, and we'll see you back afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you all for being on time. We appreciate you getting back here so that we can move on with the agenda. I do apologize that we ran over a little bit, but we did want to honor your time for lunch. We will pick up the pace a little bit this afternoon. If we still will definitely get you out of here no later than 3 o'clock, because we do not want you to get stuck in traffic here. Okay. So if we have to table a few items for another day, we can do that. But everything will be provided to you via the slides, and the recording will also be available to you on our listserv this week. So just by show of hands, before I turn it over to Age of Learning, how many of you are currently utilizing Age of Learning for reading and math? Okay. How many of you are planning to, but you just haven't quite got registered yet? Okay. So what we want to do today is share with you some of the progress that is happening across the state, and it's actually very impressive. We do have several of our subgrantees up here that have been willing to share their stories because they have some tremendous data. Students are really seeing some growth, and that's what it's all about. This is, again, speaking to what you're doing in your programs that you can use as data collection. So remember when we talked about that a little bit earlier today in the continuation application, these folks will definitely have a story to tell in some of those boxes. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Debbie, and she is going to lead this presentation along with our subgrantees.
Hello, everyone. My name is Debbie Vent. I'm the Customer Success Manager for Age of Learning. I recognize a lot of faces out there. I have my colleague, Jen Evans, here today. And it's hard to believe that like less than a year ago, we were at the meeting sharing with you that this was coming, and we were excited to work with you, and we've had a really successful year. So what we wanted to share, as Susan mentioned today, is a little bit of the data of what came out of all the implementations across the state. And people got started at different times. People, some were able to implement a little bit more than others. I know there's been lots of different struggles. One thing I do want to mention is that if you have reached out and not gotten a call back, please see me before you leave today. It is not too late to even get started for summer. And I will have some information for you. But just to kind of get you started on like the overall picture, I wanted to share some of the data, the progress data. So there is a total of 4,670 students rostered in the program, and 3,201 across the state that have been using it. And this is just kind of showing like about how much it's being used a month. So our recommended usage is 45 minutes a week, which isn't necessarily, I know it's hard to fit in. And that's not necessarily exactly what's happening, but what you're going to see today is the growth that's happening even when it is kind of fit in when it can be. And so I don't want anybody to be like daunted, like, oh, I can't work that in, because anytime they're going to be using it, they're going to show growth. And that's going to be what some of our friends up here today are going to be a testament to. But when we're looking at the students that utilized the program last year, you're going to see kind of graphics like this a lot in this presentation. When students first log into our program, they take a short placement assessment that is going to determine exactly where they should start working in our program. It's not diagnostic, it's just in our world, where are we going to start their individual pathways to get them right where they need to be. And across the state, this bottom line that you see is where students placed. So as you can see, there was some need based on where they fell in either needing support or developing. In all of those blue, we did have some students a little bit higher in the yellow. And then at the end of the year, it was the beginning of like middle of May, you can see the growth that was made at the top. Now we're talking about a lot of them are like third, fourth, and fifth grade students. So growth, sometimes it takes a lot to get growth. And also this program not only focuses on the grade level that they are at, but also if they have any unfinished learning from previous years. So we're seeing a great deal of growth in math from previously where they started back when they first started the program. You can see that dark blue shrunk, and we got some into the green. And this will mean a lot more like when you're digging in if you have your own reports. Also, we do have preschool content in our program. We don't have a lot of centers that are using it in the preschool level, but we do have some, one of which you'll hear from today on how they work it with preschoolers. There's a lot of conversation now about having little people on screens, but there's a difference between just going on a screen to go play a game than using it for educational content. I'm a former first grade teacher, and I can't tell you how appreciative I was when my kids would come to me knowing a little bit about how to use a device, because unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, that's the world these days in many realms. So kind of getting them used to using it for the proper purpose for educational purposes, it really does make a difference in the trajectory of using it in their academic career. So moving on to reading, same kind of thing. You can see the growth here, that we are decreasing the amount of students that need support and increasing that progress in their reading, and also for preschool as well. So I can show you all of this, and I know you're thinking, yeah, well, this is where you work, you're going to sing its praises, but I think it's more profound to hear the progress that's actually been made by actual centers across the state and their stories. So we have a representative from pretty much all of the regions here to share today how they implemented this into their program. I've had the joy of speaking with them over the last week and a half and just talking about like how exactly they wove this into the fabric of their center, how they planned for it, what they did to get their kids going, how it was received by their students, and they've shared some wonderful stuff. So instead of hearing it from me, I'm going to pass it along to them, and we're going to start off with Polk County.
Thank you. I'm Polk County. We're out in the western part of the state, and we have 6 sites, and we serve pre-K through 12th grade, actually. But for age of learning purposes, we just had pre-K through 5th grade. Debbie did mention, actually, when I talked to her this week, that they had some 6th graders doing it, so I think we would be interested in that for next year. But as you can see, so one of the main issues starting off after rostering, because that was a little bit of a pill, as I'm sure you guys know, was the being asked to do 90 minutes was pretty intimidating. For a lot of my staff came back and said, we just can't do 90 minutes. And I mean, I think most of us are probably 15 hours a week program, so that's 10% of our time. And so, I talked to my program administrator a little bit, who said, just try and do what you can and, amp it up little by little. So that's the goal that we set. And I told them, try to do it at least 3 times a week for 15 minutes. And then as the school year goes on, amp it up a little bit. And then of course, our 3rd through 5th graders towards the end of the year, I think they had a little bit less time, due to state testing and getting ready for that. But our pre-K through 2nd grade, we're really hitting those numbers, and I think sometimes going over that kind of 45 to 90 minute block. And then of course our pre-K students don't have homework time because they don't have homework. So it was really easy to incorporate that for our pre-K students. We did find that we needed to have touch screens, so we had tablets and touch Chromebooks for them. And like Debbie was saying, another feedback that I got from staff was, we don't want kids on screens. They do IXL or different programs during the school day, and we're after school and we kind of want to be mostly hands-on. And so I think once they could get over that in their head, like, okay, we're not doing 90 minutes, we're doing 15 minutes at a time, because that doesn't seem overwhelming at all. And we tried mostly to incorporate that into our homework time. We have homework time 3:30 to 4:30. So we incorporated that into the last 15 minutes of homework time mostly. And the students responded really well. We laminated and color coded all the QR codes. That was the easiest way for students to log in. They could just go over to the little basket, get their own code, log themselves in. So it really worked out pretty seamlessly once they got into the hang of it. We did not have any incentives. I think that might be something that we strive for next year. Maybe the class or the group, or maybe even the school that has the most logs the most time or the most growth, we might be looking at a party or a celebration of some kind for them. But you can see in our math and reading, and I think across the board, I think it's funny that we're seeing more reading growth, because I think the students actually preferred the math a little bit more, especially the older grades where the reading passages were longer and longer. But you can see that we had very little in that green section in the beginning, and how much, and some almost none in the math, and how much growth that they had. And like I said, we weren't hitting, for the most part, I don't think we were hitting that 90-minute mark. So just want you guys to be encouraged by, even with less than that, we're still seeing some pretty significant growth. Is this one slide or is there? Okay, awesome. Thank you guys.
And then next we have some friends from Boys and Girls Club of the Greater Triad.
Hi, everybody. My name is Heather Brock, and I serve as the Vice President of Programs and Impact for the Boys and Girls Club of the Greater Triad. We are an after-school and summer program that serves ages 6 to 18, but for our age of learning, we were targeting K-5. So I was just going to go through some key strategies on what we use at our organization to drive student growth. For us, we had 3 key strategies. Number 1, age of learning was a non-negotiable in our club schedules. We established data feedback loops pretty early on, and we stayed consistent and celebrated student success. So our success was driven by consistent implementation, intentional use of data, and meaningful recognition of our students' achievement. So for our non-negotiable implementation, Age of Learning was built into our Power Hour program. So that's an hour that we use every day in our after school where our students work on homework. So if students did not have homework, then the alternative was to hop on a computer and go through Age of Learning, either reading or math. And then it was also built into our tutoring sessions. So we have tutors come in 3 days a week, and part of their lesson plan, including that Age of Learning. So key takeaway is Age of Learning was treated as a core academic strategy. It wasn't an optional activity. So for our data feedback loops, we collected quite a bit of data every month, and then we shared that with our club directors. So monthly, we were collecting participation goal attainment. And I will say for us as well, the 90 minutes seemed a little bit daunting. So for our goal for our students, they had to meet 75% of that 45 minutes on reading and on math. So we collected participation goal attainment, average minutes by club in each subject. We collected growth by achievement band, placement to current growth every month, and then organization-wide growth trends. So we consistently collected this data. We shared it monthly. We discussed it with our club directors, and then they used that to guide their action in their clubs. And then recognition and incentives. We had student recognition monthly. So we did monthly certificates, handwritten monthly certificates by our wonderful Michelle Matthews, this out in the crowd. She did that every month. So we did our monthly certificates, and they got certificates for goal achievement, for attendance, and for academics. So we did those monthly certificates. We did goal achievement celebrations every month. We had a reading high achiever of the month at every club site, and we also had a math high achiever at every club site. And our reading and math high achievers got to pick a prize from a prize box that our clubs had. So students were celebrated both for their effort and for their achievement as well. And so just some key lessons that we learned through the year and what made the difference. Consistent implementation was huge. We had data-driven decision-making. We used that monthly data to drive what we were doing in our clubs. We had staff accountability, and we also had student recognition and engagement. And so looking ahead into next year, we just plan to continue moving more of our youth into the on target and ahead achievement bands, and just deepening our impact on our youth. Thank you.
And next, the Boys and Girls Club of Southeast North Carolina.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. I am Jamesia, Program Director for Boys and Girls Club Southeastern. Ms. Debbie asked for me to share some of our things that we implemented for Age of Learning. I will say I love Age of Learning. Again, we had someone ask a question about teachers who don't really want to do much after school. I love Age of Learning because it allowed our teachers to find a target, okay? They did the pre-evaluation. They have activities with Age of Learning that goes along with where they're struggling with. But then I had our certified teachers do a teacher-directed activity with the students where they're struggled at. They were able to get that information from the data from what the students did. The program has where once the teachers go in and look at their progress, what they were able to do and what they weren't able to do, it kind of generates a lesson plan for that student or for that group, gauging it where their need is. That teacher, I asked them to, play around with it, make it their own, but at least they had something to work with. So we were really excited about that. We did 15 minutes of them actually being on the iPads, doing the program, and then 30 minutes of the certified teachers doing a certified teacher lesson plan with them. Did that make sense, everybody? Okay. So that's what we did. I have 3 sites that I am currently supervising. Each site did something different. Whether one site did every day 15 minutes, whether another site did a little bit more than 15 minutes with the activity, they all made sure that it was getting the academic component in with Age of Learning. Let's see. So even with them doing the 15 minutes, our certified teachers didn't just sit around. They was doing active monitoring. They were making sure that we had the timers and things walking around because of course, students they had headphones on. They are making sure that they are actively doing the program. We all know that they can sit there and be on one problem for a long, long time. And then here goes 15 minutes. So in order for us to be very productive and utilize the program, we had our certified teachers making sure that they were, hey, you're doing great, but we've been on this problem a little long. So can we keep moving forward a bit? So we was checking data constantly. We were very consistent with checking the data with our students. We did do the positive affirmations to uplift them. You're doing awesome. You're almost there. Let's keep going. Of course, because they just got out of school. Now we are utilizing this for the summer as well. We're excited about it. We have implemented it within our schedule. And we are doing it from our K to 8th graders. So although it is a program that is basically for K to 5, if we being honest, right, we know some of our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are not on grade level. We have been able to utilize this, and they are showing that some of our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders who were showing reading 4th grade level, reading 5th grade level, are starting to now get closer to their actual grade level and on grade level. So you still can use it even though you have middle schoolers. You have to definitely say, hey, I know it looks kind of kiddie, but I need you to do this because we need to get you to grow in your academics. Am I taking too long? Okay. So the most important thing, as I stated earlier, the most important thing is that, as I stated earlier, that consistency is going to be important because the 3 sites that I supervise, we don't do the same thing, but the common thing is consistency. We all are making sure we're doing that active monitoring. We all are making sure they are, putting their best effort in the program, and we all are making sure that we are checking the data to see how they are progressing with this program. Sorry, y'all, just got notes so I can stay on track. We do have incentives, so we do recognize them where they're doing great. We acknowledge them. We had one site who, they did a little special treat for them on certain days. And so we do definitely acknowledge them, no matter what grade level. I do want to give a specific success strategy for one of my sites. Students participated on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Friday, they did enough time where they were able to get the time in that was required. But then on Friday, if we had a student who was absent, or quite honestly, we know how children are, they couldn't focus well enough. Friday, it was our makeup day to get that time in. They monitored their success. They gave positive affirmations, and the incentives, again, was on Friday. They combined the support, accountability, and incentives. We had, I don't know how I missed it, but me and Debbie, I call her a lot. I don't miss it. I was like, oh, they did great. They did great. And so when we had one of our meetings, she was like, your kids are doing really, really good. So I'm grateful for Age of Learning again. We just made sure that we continued with our consistency. Is very big. Before, we had our academic side that we used, and I'm not sure we was tracking our data because we all know we are 21st century and we got to track everything, right? But Age of Learning assists us with that, and I'm grateful for it.
All right, next up we have Gaston County, Dr. Conyers.
Hello, everyone. I am Leanne Conyers from Gaston County, the Aspire program, after-school program, Inspiring Real Life Excellence. And when Debbie called me and Gina called me, I was surprised. I was excited, but surprised for what my program was doing. So I started with an implementation plan where I was able to start with professional development. Debbie came out to Gaston County Schools and had a professional development with the teacher. So it wasn't train the trainer. They were actually there to hear what the program was about. And then I set expectations. So there was 15 minutes for a total of 45 hours in reading and math. And then I had a 4-stage implementation plan where the student was to log in, who was responsible, and the deadlines. And we started real slow. We implemented with strategy. We focused just on the students using the program, not actually what the data said, not actually they just logging in and using the program. And then we made sure that we had all the materials prepared for the students. We did all the front work. So the QR codes, the computers, Everything that the teachers needed in order to be successful for the program, we laid it out for them. So they didn't have to do anything because they're coming from their regular job, coming to the after-school program. So we wanted to make it as easy for them as possible. We contacted Debbie several times to make sure that she worked shoulder to shoulder with us. And anytime that our teachers needed more professional development, she made sure that she was there or her team was there to work with our students. So professional development was one of the main key things that I could say for my teachers.
And next, I have a couple of slides for Pender County. They had several slides across the county, but two of them really stood out. So we have Jessica Lofton. Good evening. My name is Jessica Lofton. I'm the After School Programs Director for Pender County Schools. As Ms. Debbie said, we have 5 sites. We serve students in kindergarten through 5th grade. And when I first told my staff about Age of Learning, they were not so happy. They felt like it was just one more thing to add to the list. However, Ms. Debbie was, as many of the others stated, was nice enough to come out and do a professional development session with with our staff. In that professional development, she came in and she kind of walked us through how to sign on, how they can track student data, how to set students up and everything. And then once the staff had an opportunity to play around and learn about the program, they were a lot more open to implementing it. One of the things that I encouraged my staff to focus on was just usage. Actually, just in implementing the program, what we did was I told them 45 hours a week. Be creative, figure out, what works best for your site, because like I said, we have 5 sites. And one of the sites that had some of the highest data is our Rocky Point Elementary School site. And this site is unique because it is one of our higher EL population sites. So we focus on a lot of reading and literacy there. And so it was exciting to see some of the growth of our students because a lot of those students are Spanish-speaking students. So English is a second language for them. However, they rocked it out with usage, most importantly. Some of the things that they did at their site was we have an hour for homework time, and what they were able to do was if students weren't in tutoring, if they didn't have homework, they were on Age of Learning. We have Chromebooks and we have iPads. All students were given headphones, so staff would monitor students to make sure that they're enrolled, making sure that they're making progress and making sure that they're working on the program. So just monitoring students walking around. And then one of the things that they did was highlight their successes each week, but also as a whole site at the end of the school year, they did certificates highlighting our math rock stars and our reading rock stars. So just making sure that students are highlighted, and the parents came out. So we were able to share, the successes with our parents and to share how the program, just with this year's implementation, have been successful in helping our students. Cape Fear Elementary School was another one of our sites. Same thing for this one. She really had pushback, and this site, our staff, she didn't have an assistant part of the year, so it was a lot of help from our teacher tutors. We have certified teachers that stay after school and tutor with our programs an hour a day for 4 days a week. And with that, this was given another tool for staff to be able to see where students are and to figure out areas of struggle so that they can kind of pinpoint what to support them in as far as reading and math. It was good to see some of the data when Miss Debbie called me. When Miss Gina and Miss Debbie called me, I was very shocked because we were focusing on the usage data, and just to see some of the growth data was very exciting to learn about our students. Even when I shared it with our staff. One thing that I did do as far as staffing, we meet once a month for our staff meetings. I love Age of Learning because each week it'll give you the usage report so you can see which programs had the most usage percentage-wise. And that was one of the things that I did as far as highlighting our staff, because yes, we want to highlight our student success, but also we want to shout out our staff for doing their part to make sure that our students are implementing the program. We did do mostly 15 minutes a day in reading and math, at least 3 days a week to get our hours in. And then like on Fridays where the schedule is not as packed,
students had a little more time to get those makeup hours in. So that's pretty much how we programmed. Thank you.
And then next we have Nash County, and I have Middlesex Elementary up here. They have it in multiple sites, but when we were pulling data for the entire implementation, Middlesex popped up as one of the top 5 users across the state in both subjects. So.
My name is Melanie Hunter. I'm the program director for the 21st Century Boys and Girls Club of Tar River Region. We have 4 sites, Middlesex being the site that's closest to Raleigh. We have Bailey Elementary, Nashville Elementary, and Spring Hope, there you go, Elementary. The class sizes does matter. We have 4 sites. We have 2 classes at each site, a K2 classroom and a 3-5 classroom, which means that the teachers had to be really creative to make sure the lessons were impacting the students in front of them. So the age of learning was really a crucial piece because regardless of what grade span was in front of the teacher, the age of learning helped fill gaps while the teacher was working with students in small groups. And as my partners in the Boys and Girls Club know, we have the Power Hour at the beginning of our program. We did not give our teachers a choice about not using age of learning. Because we had Power Hour and because we have a lot of teachers in our district who are moving away from homework, it meant that we had to fill that time with something that was really going to be crucial for their academic growth. I'm really fascinated by Middlesex Elementary because it's a large Spanish-speaking population. And when I spoke with Debbie, she talked about whether we enabled the language component, and we had not. And that particular school has an immersion class or immersion classes, Spanish immersion classes. So that was like phenomenal that they had that amount of growth from kids that really, we had a large population of kids that didn't speak English or were learning Spanish as their only language. So that was powerful. Also, in terms of just class sizes, we had multiple ability groups. Even though we set a criteria of who could come into our program, we had learning challenges at every grade span. So we definitely had 5th graders that were probably reading at a 2nd grade level. So when we're creating these small groups, it is very important that we put in front of kids what they need and not just because they're a 5th grader, only give them 5th grade work. So we looked at our responsibility as filling the gaps that the teachers couldn't do during the regular school day. In terms of staff, we have at each site, there's 2 certified teachers and two TAs for each grade span. So there's always 2 adults in the classroom to support. The TA's role was to help pull those small groups as well, but they also help monitor what was happening in front of the screen with our kids. So having an extra set of eyes also helped us implement the program. And then in terms of like our data, we had M-Class as part of our grant that we said we would report on M-Class data. We report on iReady data, and we report on the state testing data. Well, we had not included age of learning in that data profile, but we do create individual development plans for every student, as does our Boys and Girls Clubs. So now we're implementing that use of that data in their goal setting for the upcoming year. So that was really a plus. We also like to implement more of the incentive pieces. We identified the incentive pieces for the other programs that we were using, but now we're going to add that extra layer with the age of learning. And Debbie is a find. If you are curious about the program, please reach out to her. She's going to do a virtual PD with my staff on the 11th, and she's going to come in person on the 22nd. We're running our summer program, and we want to make sure we are front-loading our fall program. So her coming in the summer is now going to give teachers time to plan for the fall and use the program with more fidelity. The data from Middlesex is great. I can't say that all of our schools have this great data. All of our schools used it, but now in the summertime, we're going to really dig down and create these experiences for kids that will really show tremendous growth. And across the board, we're happy to say that our 75% of our kids show growth in reading and math. So I'm proud of them, and I'm proud of the work you're doing. Thank you.
And finally, from the Center for Science, Technology, and Leadership Development.
My name is Brandon. I'm the program director at the Center of Science, Technology, and Leadership Development. I wanted to share a little bit about how our jump into My Academy and Age of Learning was an evolution. This data wasn't from the jump on track to become what it has become. I think Age of Learning is an exceptional digital program in terms of finding the zone of proximal development for each child, making it really easy on staff, their AI assistance with lesson planning and things like that. But the most important part is student buy-in. That 90 minutes that we put on our staff then gets put on our students. And sometimes I think it was touched on that kids can face burnout. They can experience a lot of fatigue at the end of the day, and they can sit there and watch the clock if you let them. So kind of our story about Age of Learning is how we shifted the culture to make sure that our feedback loops we spoke about different feedback loops here, but for us, the most productive feedback loop was the instantaneous one. So I just wanted to touch a little bit on that. So we tried the delayed rewards initially. We had Scholar of the Month. We were doing incentives, but I think it made certain students feel like it was not accessible to them, or that the input that they were putting in might not be worth trying to get Scholar of the Month, not trying to get a prize bucket or something like that. So it wasn't accessible, therefore, to every single student. So we translated from delayed rewards, and we transitioned to immediate feedback. I know many of you are probably educators in schools or former educators, so we just use Class Dojo as an incentive system to award Dojo points in real time for children. And then we align those incentives that they could use those Dojo points for things that they wanted. So we rolled out like a healthy snack initiative program, and kids got to choose the healthy snacks from a catalog of things that they wanted. And then every child at the end of the week could spend their Dojo points. So it made it really tangible and really real for our students. And at the same time, it brought people our teachers and our staff into the loop as our students were more engaged. So I just want to stress, the tool is amazing. Debbie is amazing. She's going to be an amazing resource to you, but we have to make sure that we get our students bought in. And that's when we switched to going from a monthly feedback and a weekly feedback loop to that instantaneous feedback loop, that was most successful for us. Even though we're looking at monthly data as the administrators, we want that instantaneous feedback for our kids. So, sorry, I had a couple more slides. A second part about that culture shift that I wanted to talk about is rewarding the process and the practice of learning, and not just the completion of an assignment or the attainment of a goal. So again, bringing our staff and teachers into the mix meant that we're not just giving Dojo points when you're completing an assignment. We're not just giving it when you've met your quote unquote growth or minutes for the week. Students were awarded Dojo points for asking questions about their work. Students were awarded Dojo points for bringing up in their small group, or whatever we saw as effort and initiative. That's what we wanted to reward. And so when we changed the practice of, we're not here for 45 minutes, we're here for you guys to get as many points as you can, to grow as much as you can. That was really a game changer for us. And just not stopping at the outcome was a way that we were able to really incentivize a huge student participation. So. Lastly, there's just some things I wanted to talk about why immediate feedback worked for us. Everyone earned. It wasn't just, even if we're talking about 10 students across a year, I would be upset if only 10 of my staff got paid at the end of the year, right? So everyone had the opportunity to earn. Correction was instantaneous, so that allowed for not just positive affirmation, but negative feedback loops as well, like we need you on task. That kept our staff engaged, so they're actually looking at every student, they know what they're looking for, and they're jumping into the process to either help to get students on task, or when students are actually asking their questions. Again, the resource is so amazing that it kind of gears the questions to exactly what the students need, and it gets the staff involved instantaneously in a really meaningful way. So staff staying in line was really helpful, and then changing that practice so that students ask for help was really amazing for us. And we're really grateful for Debbie and Age of Learning, just making sure that we had this resource so that all we need to focus on is engagement is actually a true blessing for us. And we were really happy with our results at the end of the year. We're looking forward to that iReady and end of year data from the district, but just colloquially, we had one of our teachers share that they were at the award ceremony the other day, and 50 to 75%, somewhere in that range, of the kids getting a B honor roll and all A honor roll were from our program. So we were really excited to see that.
See why I had such a great week last week? I listened to all these stories, which is so inspiring. So thank you again, everyone, for sharing all of that. So after listening to all of this, and again, like when I was going to do this presentation, Susan was asking like, well, how long do you need to talk? And I'm like, I don't need to talk because everything that I would kind of be saying is what they were showing in real time. So just some of those overarching themes were starting out with a very intentional rollout plan. And I know the process is not always easy, but like some of the things that to think about are Wi-Fi stability, devices, making sure they're updated, and then kind of like taking it slow at the beginning, which you hear in a lot of things, right? You start out slow and then you kind of get rolling. So having that intentional rollout plan and the prep work, including professional development, is helpful. Just really kind of making it not just like one more thing, like you have to do your age of learning, but kind of weaving it into everything. I loved how it went into like the dojo points and this and that, and the kids really buy in. And that statement that you need kids buy-in, I know, like I was an educator for 19 years and I know like, and that's what I kind of spoken with Jamisi about the fact that I used to have, I taught ESL and I had 7th and 8th grade kiddos that were working in another program, jumping lily pads, and they hated it. And we just made a joke out of it. We just kind of laughed because, you know, like it is, they're going to see the gains themselves. Incentivizing, we know, I mean, we would love to think that they're just going to jump on there because you tell them to, but sometimes, you know, a little incentivizing instead of bribery is helpful. We're also happy to help with that. We have some swag and we can just help with, you know, like ice cream party, whatever. Just let us know if you need some help with that. And then one thing I've heard from everyone, like a lot of them, I would call them and I'm like, oh yeah, well look at this. And they're like, oh, we don't really do anything. Like they just got on. If your students use this program, you will see the academic gains. And that is something that our company has stated before. Like that's why we really talk about the usage. We know that 45 minutes is daunting, but the reason that even came out is we've done a lot of research. And that's when you see that jump. But even if it can't be the 45, any time on that program is going to help them. It was also very inspiring because we literally, Brandon and I and Jamisia saw 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students that were probably struggling in the regular classroom because they had skills from 2nd grade, 3rd grade, things like that were identified in that placement assessment, but they went back to this program and they were mastering it. So maybe they were doing it in a little what they would think would be a babyish way, but like they did it and it's going to give them the confidence to be able to go forward. And that's what we're all here, right? Is to see like what the kids can do. So another thing that was mentioned quite often is professional development. And so we are, last year when we saw you guys in July, it was kind of like things weren't quite solidified yet. And then by the time everything went into place, it was kind of like you guys were getting started and we all know that's very difficult. But this year we know everything's already in place. If you have licenses now and you would like to use them for the summer, you can. If you need more, let us know. We can help you with re-rostering. But we're also planning ahead for the fall. So we have set up 3 trainings, more on a regional basis, in-person trainings. I have a flyer for this. First thing I want to note is it is not a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I asked AI to help me make this flyer and it failed me. So the dates are correct. The day of the week is not. But there's a QR code at the bottom and I have physical flyers and I'm also going to email this out to you guys. If you're interested, we're going to have a training in Morganton, one in Greensboro, and one in Washington County. And I will give you those specific sites when you roster. The QR code will lead you to a survey that's going to have you share your information as well as which site you would be willing to attend. There are going to be 2 different kinds of trainings. For those of you who are just getting started, or maybe you need a refresher getting started, there are going to be getting started sessions in the mornings from 9 to 11. And then you also heard several of these folks talk about the data. We did some random like reports and data trainings, but so some people either called me and talked to me or they attended those. There is lots of data in there. And if you didn't get to it this year, that's okay. Because the first year you kind of have to figure out what is this program. You got to get your kids going. But there is a wealth of data in there that can help you in so many ways, whether it is figuring out what your teachers can be doing while those kids are doing power hour, or if it's something you need to report to the grant, or even let parents know, like, why is my kid on this device at your center when you're supposed to be playing, whatever. That is all there. So there will also be reports and data training in the afternoons on on those dates, you're welcome to attend both, either one, whatever. So, please let me know. And if you are not part of that Age of Learning family, haven't gotten on board yet, it's not too late. There are plenty of licenses left. I will be sending out a follow-up to everyone that has my contact information, and Gina and Hawan, everyone has mine as well. Again, if you have reached out and somehow did not get connected, that was happening sometimes, not sure what happened there, but they have my physical phone number. So please reach out to me if needed. This also has a QR code. Unfortunately, I don't have any physical copies, but if you can reach up there, this is a way to let us know that you're interested. And again, it can be now, if you just want to even just get in contact now to figure out what you need, even if you don't have your rosters in place, we can kind of set up some dates to connect. Because we would love to have you on board and have your students working in this program to see the same successes that these students have. We also want to say thank you again to the DPI for allowing this to provide these licenses to you. This is all because of them. And also the professional development, they have provided for that as well. So we thank you very much to all of them. And thank you for your time today. And we hope to be seeing you throughout the year.
Awana, can you come up here and switch this back over? Thank you guys for sharing your stories with us. I know it can seem a little scary being up here in front of everybody, but we appreciate you agreeing to share some of your stories with us today. So as we transition, this is the last portion of the afternoon. And so I am what stands between you and getting out of here and getting ahead of the Raleigh traffic. And so we are back on schedule. So thank you, Debbie, for getting us back on schedule. Yours did not run as long as we thought, so that was great. So now we're back on schedule. How many of you remember why we collect data? Why do we have to collect it in 21st century? Where does it end up going? Who? I hear federal government, specifically Congress, right? So we want to always be able to share our stories. And so we do know that with 21st century, we are collecting several different data points. One of the things that I do want to share with you just for a few minutes is what I received in US Ed meeting that James Pop and I attended along with Alex Charles, our senior director. We were in Washington, D.C. back at the end of April, and we were able to take a look at North Carolina's results from the last GEPRA measures. So I want to be able to share some of that information with you all today. Why is this not advancing? Okay, Monica, I think I'm having the same problem you had earlier. There we go. Okay, I want to take us back for just a minute to think about some of the training that we have provided to you this year about data. And when you look at a chart or a graph, sometimes you can come up with all kinds of stories, right? And what we learned during our data trainings this year and even last year is that we don't want to over exaggerate data, right? We want to make sure that we're telling something that is accurate. So when you look at this particular slide, okay, it's showing reading and language arts, improvement percentage. Only focus on green, okay? We're just going to take a look just for these activities about school year data, okay? Because everybody in here outside of summer only, we do have a few of those folks with us, you have to operate a school day program. Summer is optional, okay? But everyone that receives funding over that 3-year cohort that has to provide academic, it involves you, okay? So when you look at this, who has the microphones? Here's one here. Ashton, can you grab this one? So somebody real quick, if you just, without any other information, okay? So if I just throw this up here to you, this is why I want you to practice this. We've been practicing these types of things all year. So when you look at this, what is something that you think you could tell from this? Somebody willing to use the microphone. People online can't hear us, so.
I can see that in the 21-22 school year, that the summer data was significantly low, but then it excelled in the following school year and went down a little in the school year following, but you can see where there has been some degree of consistency for school year data, but we are improving and working on summer data.
Okay, anybody else?
To confirm, the blue line is national data, correct?
It is.
And so we're above the national data.
We are. And that was something that was very unique, honestly. At the tables that we visited while we were at USAID, they were like, what? They're like, what do you mean? You're above the blue line? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, North Carolina's above the blue line. And what you're going to see is that North Carolina is consistently above the blue line. So kudos to you. So that is something that you really could say that wouldn't be over exaggerating right here, right? For 3 years in the area of reading and language arts, North Carolina is above the national average. Does anybody know what we're actually measuring here, though? Are we measuring proficiency? Are we measuring growth? What grade levels? Okay, I hear growth, so for those online. So mathematics, what do you see here?
It's consistently dropping.
We're seeing a what in math right now over the last 3 years?
Dropping.
It dropped significantly from 21-22 to 22-23, and then we're kind of what, just a little bit lower there in 23-24. Okay. Anybody have any idea or any ideas maybe why that is? Can you think of anything?
I would say because this was during the height of COVID. And so a lot of programs probably were still remote at that time. So it wasn't the, maybe the face-to-face interactions.
But it was higher. Why was math so much higher? Anybody know if a test was renormed? Sometimes we see that across the state with lots of data. Sometimes testing, we do renorm tests from time to time. So there could be various factors impacting that. Also during COVID, there was a decline in the number of students actually participating in the end of grade test. So there are lots of factors. So you don't have a clear picture, right? With just one piece of data, okay? So that's why we want to caution you when you share data about 21st century, we continuously want to make sure that we're sharing the appropriate data, okay? We want to celebrate the things that we're doing well, but we also want to make sure that we make note of things where we do see some discrepancies and that we are aware of those and that we are working to remedy those, okay? So again, here, we are still consistently for the last 3 years above the national average. So what we were actually measuring here, just to make sure everybody knows, is that this is only for grades what? So 3rd grade is not included in this, okay? So this is 4 through 8 participating during the school year that demonstrated growth, okay? And that's for reading or for math. Now take a look at this one. Just at first sight, what are you seeing? Anybody?
The national average took a dip in 22-23.
It did, but then it also did what in 23-24?
Went right back up to the
Right, and
norm.
it's gaining on us, okay? But now, when you look at this piece of information, could you say that all students that are participating in 21st century are seeing an increase in their GPA? What subset of programs or what subset of students are we looking at for this particular GEPRA measure? High school, specifically what? This is grade point average, right? But it's not all students, even in those grade levels. This is why I want you to make sure that you're understanding what the true GEPRA measure is, okay? So if you look at this explanation, this is the percentage of students in grades 7 through 8 and 10 through 12, which in North Carolina, for most places, we don't do GPA until what grade? Until 9th, okay? So most of our data is coming from 10 through 12. And these are for students that were attending programming that had less than a 3.0 to begin with. So if they were above a 3.0, are they included in that data set? No, because they're not deemed as being at risk. Okay, so we're only measuring students who had a grade point average of 3.0 or less that showed an improvement in their GPA. So if you go back, that's still, you know, that's great because we did have students that had a GPA of less than 3.0 and 65% or so increased that GPA. So that's something that you could say. It's all about how you frame it. You don't say everybody that's in 21st century increases their GPA, you know, or 60% of our students increase their GPA. What students increase their GPA? Okay, those students that had a GPA of what? Less than 3.0. So there again, that's what we just covered. Now, what about this one? This is school day attendance. So when you first look at this, what are some thoughts that you have? Anybody want to volunteer? Anybody? Okay, another question then. What are we really looking at? What is the true measure? It says improvement percentage from what? This is to make sure that you guys are aware of all of this information. So as we publish things and get this out, you know, into the community, that you know exactly what you're talking about. So here is, oh, does somebody have something? It's okay.
Would it be data from truancies, but you.
Okay, so she said data from truancies. Well, kind of, because this is measuring what grades though. Now look at who's being counted. 1st through 12th. So anybody that was in your program, 1st through 12th, that had an attendance rate in the previous year that was what? Below 90%. So if you had students in your program that had attendance rates of less than 90%, they are included in this measure. So you could say students that had an attendance rate of less than 90%, X amount have shown what? Improvement. Okay. It's a very different statement than you saying all students that are in 21st century, you know, have experienced growth in their attendance, like their attendance has increased. So we just want to be mindful of what we're saying. We have some positive outcomes. So I don't want to downplay that because as you saw in that previous slide, are we still above the state average? I mean, the national average? Yes. And again, I will point out there were very few states that could say that. Most of them were well below. Some, you know, were asking me and James and Alex, what are y'all doing? You know, they wanted to know some of the things that we're doing and how we're tracking attendance and how we're keeping up with all these measures. And they were very interested in our local North Carolina tracking system, 21 DC. We know it's a bear, but guess what? Some states don't have anything like that. They are relying on manual collection of sheets and somebody's got to track all of this information. So it's much more difficult in some states than what we have. All right, let's look at behavior. This is the only one where we, at one point, we took we're a little bit below. This is the only GEPRA measure where we even see that, and it was only for the 1 year. But behavior, does anybody know what we're measuring here? What's the true measure? Does anybody know? Somebody said suspensions. She says behavior improvement plans. Documented referrals. Okay. What are we measuring? A decrease in in-school suspensions. So see, that's very different. So do all schools have in-school suspension? No. So you're looking at data from students that were participating in your program in grades 1 through 12 that had in-school suspensions the previous year, and then they have shown a decrease the next year. Okay. Engagement in learning. What does this truly mean? What do we use to gather the information for this particular GEPRA measure? Instructional surveys, correct. So do you see why that's an important document for you to be able to have teachers complete or instructional staff complete those for your students, because we really have great data in this area. And I was really surprised to see that some states, this was extremely low for them. And historically, even before 21-22, North Carolina has always been in above 80%, which I think speaks volumes to the work that you're doing. So what we're actually measuring here is which grade level though? Just 1 through 5, okay, that are participating in 21st century programming during the school year and summer who demonstrated improvement in teacher-reported engagement, okay? So I'm going to ask Darren to come up for just a couple of minutes. He's going to provide just a few updates about 21 DC. Then we're going to take a look real quick at the Serve Center's evaluation that won't take but a few minutes, and then we're just going to close out with some upcoming events and reminders, okay?
Hello. Not going to keep you long, but 21 DC is certainly open now for summer 2026. It will open every year, June 1st. Please understand your summer term. You must pull down to summer 2026. It will not default there. Those of you who are summer only, even though you are part of cohort 18, in order to differentiate you from cohort 18 as a summer only, you will be 180. So it's like 18 only, summer only. Also, when we talk about academic enrichment, of course, they came up with some additives for us. We have an activity legend. When you go to the activity tab, we move from left to right. When you go to the activity legend, you'll see academic enrichment, which will have 3 categories, which is accelerated learning, mentoring program, remedial and tutorial services. You'll also see a financial literacy tab as well. The one thing that I would always remind everybody, that when you see the activity legend and you see the I, that's for the summer. There you go. And I guess I have one more. So here's the academic enrichment and learning. It'll always include what? The samples or the summary. And then we have examples, but they're not all inclusive. So if you want to understand which one you're using, please make sure you take a look at the examples that are listed. Anytime you have any questions, you could always reach out to myself or your program administrator. And in the words of Tyrone, I have a quick turnaround, so if you miss that opportunity, we may miss each other. And financial literacy. We also have financial literacy, which is also a category that's based on ESSA. And we have some inclusions of what it entails, as well as the examples that they're not all inclusive. Thank you.
I know we sent that out on the listserv, but I know that was the first communication that you had about these new areas that have been added. So we encourage you to read through those. If you do have any questions, especially since academic enrichment has now shifted to 3 different areas, make sure that you are coding your activities correctly. Okay. And if you have a question about what something should count as, just reach out to us and we're glad to provide that assistance to you. Also, I know Dr. Hamilton didn't say this, but he is usually able to set up times to get online with you. So if you are having difficulty with that system, please make sure you reach out to him. Don't wait too long. If for some reason he is out of the office and he's not able to get back with you, if you will let someone else know, especially like your program administrator, we will do what we can to help you through that. We don't want you to sit there and struggle with getting your data entered. Okay. So how many of you have had a chance to look at the Serve Center evaluation for 24-25 that was sent out to you by your program administrator? Show of hands, let's see. Okay, we got some overachievers in the building. Very good. We know that that was just hot off the presses, and we did want to just take a look at some of that information to point out a few things for you. Again, these are some data points that might be helpful to you as you're talking to potential funders or working on your sustainability efforts. So we're going to just jump right into our goals, and we do know that we have several goals with different objectives. And one thing that I will go ahead and point out from the beginning is that North Carolina has been doing a really good job of meeting our objectives and our goals. Typically, we have one objective that is where we struggle the most with, and it makes sense because we know that you are working with vulnerable populations that struggle with proficiency. However, I think it's also good to point out that the GEPRA measure is measuring growth and not just proficiency. And so as a former principal and teacher, what I would always tell my staff is the more you meet growth, the closer you get to proficiency. So we want to make sure that you don't ever get discouraged if your students aren't hitting proficiency all the time. If they're growing every time, every year that they're in your program, our goal is that eventually all of that growth is going to lead them to proficiency. So our first goal is all about attendance, and you all know the value of them being enrolled in your program because your enrollment is tied to your what? To your money. And so we typically do not have an issue with meeting these numbers. Like I said before, we had a couple of programs that experienced, extenuating circumstances where they were not able to achieve their enrollment goals to receive their third installment, but that is not typically a problem with our organizations. And so kudos to you all for focusing on getting your enrollment numbers and making sure that they're actually coming to your program on a regular basis. I remember back a long time ago, and many of you in this room do too, we were only looking at if you got them enrolled. Do y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? What was that really telling us? Not a whole lot. You might have enrolled them, but they might have only been there for a day. But now we're actually looking at how often are they coming to the program. It's more about coming consistently, for them to be counted as a regular attendee for you. And right now you can see from our objectives, we have met all three in goal 1. And it's all about meeting those enrollment goals. So goal 2 is also about regular attendance. Okay, so we're not only meeting the enrollment goals, but now we're also meeting the attendance, so your daily attendance. So we still, right now, this will be changing more to hours. We had to finish out cohorts that started with days before we could switch over this survey for the evaluation. But 30 days, what we look at is that is equivalent to how many hours, if you think about it? Usually 90 hours, right? Which is where the 90 hours comes from for you to get your now second installment, right? Third installment's no longer there. So we have met these. So 99% of centers across cohorts reported average attendance rates of 30 days or more. 99%, y'all. So that's pretty good. Goal 3, you have to offer what kind of services? You have to offer academic and enrichment, okay? 100% of the centers, and this is for cohort 16 and 17, so 18s, I'm sorry, you're not included in this data yet, but your time is coming. You will be in the next one. This objective was met. We also look at 3.2. This is 95% of the centers reported high frequency of at least one character education or enrichment activity. So everybody is offering academic enrichment. That really, honestly, what should it be at? 100%. Okay. So while we met the goal, because we have to be at 95%, we need to make sure that that's at 100%. You really should be offering those activities. And I think some of it comes down to a coding issue. So again, that's why I'm saying, if you're not sure how to code an activity in 21 DC, make sure you get with someone so we can help you with that. Goal 4, this is the one about educational and social benefits. So objective 1 is that we want them to have increase their proficiency. Okay, and this is the one that I was telling you that for the last several years, this one has not been one that we have met. I think that we can meet it. I think we just have to continue to push forward. But it is the only objective that we did not meet. And this is all about moving students in grades 4 through 8 from non-proficient to proficient. How many of you as educators know how difficult that can be? If you have a level 1, how difficult is that for you to move them in 1 year to a 3? It's extremely difficult. Is it difficult for you to have them grow what they should grow for a year? Should not be, okay? Which is why, we focus on growth, but we also at some point in time should be able to show proficiency, okay? 4.2, we did meet. This is that they have improved their scores. So this is more about the growth. It's not that you have gone from non-proficient to proficient, but we are showing that we are moving. And that's for both reading and for math. And for the last one, it's more about the improved engagement in learning, which was also the GEPR measure that we talked about earlier. And it says that if we meet this, if it's over 50% of our students, and in North Carolina, like I spoke before, historically, we have not had an issue with meeting this. Our students are showing that they are more engaged based on our instructional staff surveys. So I mentioned this briefly earlier today. We are moving from GEPRA, okay, to now what we call PPO. So you will see PPO more now than you have ever seen that, okay? And it's program performance outcomes. So get your brain to stop talking about GEPRA, and we're going to start talking about program performance outcomes, okay? And these are going to actually focus more directly on what changed your program. So when you think of the word outcome, it's asking you more about what's changing, okay? Are they getting meaningful results? And what is the long-term effect and impact, which is what we've been talking about for quite a while now, which is why we have had such a focus on data and you reviewing that and doing something with it. What is the impact that you're seeing across your programs? I like the program performance outcomes better. GEPRA, to me, the Government Performance Results Act. I mean, most people look at you like, what is that? But that is what we were saying, that this is the report that we have to send to Congress. Well, now all of that language is going to change. And so anytime you formally saw GEPRA, you will start to see program performance outcomes. Okay. So just a few upcoming events and reminders. So you've had your training today for the continuation application. It is open right now. So you are able to access that and start working on your application as soon as you would like to. And remember, as soon as you get that approved, as long as school business is finished with their summer restart for our, funding, the quicker you get that in, the quicker you're going to get what? 50%, right? So I think that's an incentive for folks. The quicker you get this completed, the funds will flow much quicker for you. So the due date is July the 31st. So you have from today until the end of July to get that completed and submitted. We want to make sure that you're not waiting until July 31st, if you can help it. Because what do you think that does to program administrators and fiscal monitors if everybody waits until July 31st? Is that going to speed up your time to get your funds? No. So when you get it completed, go ahead and submit. This is not, especially our cohort 17s, you guys should be pros at this now, okay? You've had to complete this already. There are a couple of new additions, but you should have a good working knowledge of where you need to start. And so we know that 17s, 18s may have a few more questions than 17s. But if you do, please go ahead and reach out to someone so that they can help you. Because what we really would like to see is when you submit it, it gets approved on the first review. I know a lot of folks today earlier, the staff spoke about, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We don't like to go back and forth either, because it slows us down as well. And that's a lot to keep up with when you're having to send things back and then put you back in line for me to review it again. So if you can submit your application and budget the first go round successfully, it's going to help you and it's going to help us. So if you have questions, reach out before you even hit that submit button and let people work with you while we have time. Don't forget that your school year attendance data is due July 31st, 2026. So that's another deadline on that same date. Again, I wouldn't wait till that last minute. You know, things happen, systems go down. So be mindful of that. Summer attendance is going to be due September 30th, 2026, as well as your program evaluation for the Serve Center, so that we can start gathering the results from this past school year so that we can get working on that report as well. One other reminder, please, please, do I have to beg? Please read the listserv message. We spend time making sure that we provide you with updates and resources that will keep you on track. Right now, we have a 54% open rate. What does that tell you? Is everybody getting the information? They might get it, but they're not reading it. So this is everybody that it's sent out to. Only 54% are opening it. And after you do that 3 times, guess what happens? It drops you automatically. And you would have to tell us to re-add you to the listserv. That is nothing that we have control over. It's just the way the system is set up. If you are not getting the listserv, please reach out to your program administrator and tell them, and they will get your name to Hawana Locklear and she will get you added back. Please make sure you take care of that immediately if you are not getting notifications, because everything that we share goes on that listserv. We try to reiterate those types of things when we have you face-to-face or on a virtual call, but that listserv should be your guide every week to keep you updated. I also wanted to make you aware of something that we're doing new. We do not have the dates. We have the dates. We cannot share those with anybody until we actually publicize it on our website, because we can't give anybody a leg up on other folks that might be interested in applying for the Cohort 19 grant competition. But we are going to be providing trainings across the state. And these are going to be grant readiness trainings to make sure that you have everything that you need to apply for this grant, that you have the capacity to implement the grant, that you know all of the things that you have to do in the RFP. So many of you know in the past what we have done is we issue an RFP, we do a training on the RFP, and then you really don't take a good delve into all of the requirements until you enter the onboarding phase. What we are trying to do is get ahead of that to where we're sharing all requirements up front with any potential subgrantees so that you have a clearer picture and understanding of what the requirements of the grant are. So that will be coming soon. Keep an eye out on our website. That is where all of that information will be published probably over the next week. So if you are interested in attending those, all of that information will be on our website. Okay. Age of Learning mentioned to you that they have 3 opportunities for you to come in and receive training. And I will say, based on the information that I have heard around the state, those programs that attended the in-person training to help you get your students rostered have had more success with the program than those that have not. So if you have not attended that training and you want to get students rostered, I encourage you to sign up for one of those trainings. This is part of what the contract includes, all of that, so it's of no cost to you. Your travel is perfectly allowable for you to charge, back to 21st Century. So I know Debbie mentioned the different sites. Here are the specific addresses for those. So September 22nd will be at the Olive Hill Room in the Burke County Schools Building, and that's in Morganton. We have one in the central part of the state. That is September 23rd. In Greensboro at the UNC Serve Center, which is Brown Summit, which is right outside of Greensboro. And then we have one in the east, which is Beaufort County Schools Professional Development Center, and that is in Washington, North Carolina. Yes. No, you do not have to pay for the training. No. You don't have to pay for that program. No. The state pays for that as part of our state level activities for all of our subgrantees. So it is free of charge to you. It does not cost you anything for you to use this program. Okay, updates real quick. Maybe some of y'all are going to cry. I don't know. But we do have some updates for 26-27. So Kendall, Toya, and Hawana, if you will stand up, please, and come on down to the front. So we are having some transitions, folks. So Kendall was working with North Central, so North Central tell him goodbye. And Sandhills tell him hello. Toya is transitioning from Southeast, so Southeast tell Toya bye. And North Central tell Toya hello. And then Hawana is transitioning from Sandhills, so Sandhills tell Hawana goodbye. And Southeast tell her hello. So we are strategically trying to place these folks closer to their homes. We have some that were traveling quite a distance. Kendall lives in Concord, so for him to be able to get to Sandhills region will be much easier for him. Hawana lives kind of between in the Sandhills, but she's really close to Southeast. So we're going to be able to have her shift to that. And then Toya was coming all the way from Wake County to come to the Southeast. So now she is going to be based in her area. So we are trying to be mindful and good stewards of our money as well, to reduce travel and costs associated with that. I promise you, you are in good hands. All of my staff, I think, do an amazing job, and their job is to support you, and I'm very proud of them. I think they do an excellent job of making sure that you all are well taken care of. So thank you, folks. So Katrina, Ashton, and Monica, if you guys want to stand up, these are our fiscal monitors. They're not necessarily changing programs, okay? They are staying with their programs. What they typically have done is they were following a person. So as you can see, Katrina is still going to be with Southwest and Northeast. So now that's going to be Darren, Wendy, and Hawana. Ashton is going to be with Sandhills and Piedmont still. So with Kendall and Gina, and Hawana serves, they've kind of split hers up, which is what we've done in the past. So Southeast is kind of split between all three monitors to balance their load. And then Monica is still going to be with the Western and North Central, which is Aurelia, Toya, and part of Hawana's. Okay. All right. Any questions before we let you go? Nah, it's okay. Okay. Well, thank you all for joining us today. If there are no questions, drive safely, and we will see you soon.